Welcome to the PokerStars Arena and this week's Sunday Million. So the Bounty Builder Series started this weekend on Stars, and that means we have a special edition of the Sunday Million, an 8-max progressive knockout event, $109 entry, a prize pool in excess of $1 million, 10,359 entries, 57 remain coming into day 2, among them a member of Team Pro. Hello everyone, I am James Hartigan, alongside me, Mr. Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And I guess that's the headline, Joe. Tonight we have competition. Magin himself, Tom Hayward, from New Zealand, is in the top 10 right now. He is obviously streaming himself play, so you can watch this week's Sunday Million, this Bounty Builder Series special edition from his perspective, but bear in mind, he's probably streaming with a 5 or 6 minute delay, whereas because we have all the hold cards of our feature table, we have a 30-minute delay. So, do you want to do the warning about spoilers and banhammers?
I will do it. Don't do it. Don't spoil. Don't tell us something big's coming up in 5 minutes. I would say even try not to make a prediction, because sometimes when people are like, oh, he's going to go broke here, and they're actually not even trying to spoil anything. They don't know anything, but it seems like they are. We're just going to ban everybody. I love it. It's one of my favorite things to do. I have very little power in this world, but banning some of you is one of the only times I get to use it, and I do it often.
Yeah, pick a side. Pick one stream or the other. Now, the Bounty Builder Series runs for the next 2.5 weeks, next 3 weeks in fact, and we were actually going to be covering the Bounty Builder Series Special Edition for the next 2 weeks. The only real difference between those events was going to be our guest on the stream. Next week, Griffin was lined up to co-commentate. This week was meant to be Maria Ho, but Maria sadly called in sick at the 11th hour, and my immediate thought was, oh, that's a shame, because I wanted to talk to Maria about the second half of Jaws. And then the conspiracy theories start running through my brain, and I start thinking, is there any chance that Maria could be feigning sickness because she hasn't got around to watching the second half of Jaws and therefore isn't in a position to discuss it and knows that she's run out of mulligans?
I mean, look, that's definitely something I would do. Or maybe it's that she did watch Jaws and she loved it so much that she needs an entire day to recover from it. She needs to watch it again. Maybe she's participating in some Jaws cosplay or trying to figure out a way to attend JawsCon 2023.
I think that's a positive theory. In all seriousness, get well soon, Maria. It does mean that Griffin has stepped in and will be joining us later on. So Griffin on this week's stream, Griffin on next week's stream. PKO action, which seems to be part of the course these days. So many of these Sunday Million special editions do involve bounties. That, of course, affects the payouts. You're looking at a first prize of close to $60,000 and $100,000. But, of course, you do get real cash money every time you eliminate a player. And we did highlight that 57 remain from the 10,359 who started. We mentioned that Magin is a top 10 stack. It is a player called Claire388 from Canada, who comes into today as chip leader, and StatTrick has verified this, Joe. Our records demonstrate that Claire388 has only ever played one tournament on PokerStars before, which was a $1 sit and go. Their second tournament on PokerStars is a Sunday Million with a first prize of 60k plus bounties, and they are coming into day 2 as chip leader with a stack of 4.6 million. And by the way, this will be Claire388's first recorded PokerStars cash, and it is worth at least $600, plus Claire already has nearly $1,000 in bounties. Pretty cool story.
Claire, very cool story. Rooting for Claire, let's go. I don't care. I'll openly root for somebody. This all happened 30 minutes ago. I can't influence the action.
So Claire is going to be at our first feature table. We have got Magin over at our other feature table. Of course, we know that Magin is streaming the action himself, so you can always watch him if you're particularly interested in his progress. And we are going to play down to a winner tonight, guys. The Sunday Million, as ever, a 2-day tournament. The exception will be that anniversary, that $10 million guaranteed event that takes place on Sunday, the 20th of March, the must-play MTT of the year. And yes, before you ask, there will be a free roll later on awarding tickets, that special anniversary edition of the Sunday Million. When it is time, when it drops in the client, When it's open for registration, when we can reveal the password, we will let you know.
All
Okay,
right.
action underway.
Cool.
Blinds 20,000, 40,000.
Very excited to see what kind of style Claire is going to deliver. Yeah, let's go. Coming out swinging.
And the question is, does Vigilante defend with a better king, King Jack, a.k.a. Kojak, who loves you, baby?
I think a defend from the small blind is pretty reasonable. Yes, we do see the defend.
And Vigilante flopping second pair here, nearly 99% equity. Claire continuing, repping the ace.
Repping the ace,
Vigilante
repping some jacks.
Calls one straight. So does Claire fire another barrel? No. And Barry Greenstein makes his first appearance of the day.
And it's going to be pretty tough to get a jack to fold at this point, the way it's worked. Let's see. All right, we got a just about half pot bet, actually exactly half pot.
Joey, we've got a straighty flushy paired board. It's my favorite type of board. It could scare off a bear jack.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, this is going to be some very, very strong hands. There you go. Yep.
So Claire wins the first hand of the day, up to nearly 5 million, still holding on to the chip lead with 57 remaining, 57 varieties of poker player. And we have got ace-king suited for Sanchez. Sanchez is in the Bahamas. Have you cleared it with Nassau? We've got the green light. Let's go!
What is this photo for Sanchez? Is that Thanos with Gamora as a child?
Oh, it might be. Good spot, Joe. Good spot. Don't worry if you're wrong. Some nerd will be along to tell you that.
Yeah, that's okay.
So an under the gun raise from the chip leader with Queen 9 suited. Flops 2 pair. Durabo with ace high.
All right, so far 2 hands, 2 opens from Claire, both with, we'll just generously call them medium strength holdings. And so far has been relatively lucky, both in hitting this flop and in a terrible run out on the last board for Vigilante. Now Claire with an actual hand.
Yeah, Vigilante with deuces. You'll notice that we've just been joined by another player, Barack, and that's because we have just lost someone in 57th place. So we're already down to 56 players. And we get deuces versus ace-jack going to the flop, and it's top pair, top kicker for the chip leader.
Claire running pretty good so far. 3 for 3. I maybe don't want to call this one before it's over, but we'll see.
Vigilante continues. Gets check raised. Oof.
Wow, and does get stationed by deuces.
And the barrel from Claire on the turn gets the fold from deuces, up over 5 million now. And now with King Queen in the small blind. So Claire in the number 1 position. Interestingly, Joe, another Canadian player, D. Diggler, is second in chips with 4.2 million.
I'm a star. Okay, wait. So Claire somehow folds King Queen to a single raise here and would have gotten absolutely destroyed on this flop.
Yeah, Durabo is the player betting here with just a pair of deuces and a crappy flush draw. Vigilante with the strawberry flush.
Durabo does have outs. Well, out. And that ain't it.
Nope. In fact, never mind the flush. Chances are you've probably been counterfeited at this stage.
Mm-hmm.
You have been counterfeited. You are playing the board. You have no hand.
You have no showdown. I wonder if, some folks are going to bet this pretty hard. Vigilante really shouldn't have a lot of full houses. Yeah, makes the snap call, though, with the flush.
Like it. Like it.
Nice try.
Calls with the flush and a double paired board and is right. Back up to nearly 3 million. Ladies and gentlemen, we promised you Griffin Benger, and we are going to deliver the mythical creature himself. It is the unicorn. Griffin, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I don't know about you guys. I saw Joe there saying, the player only had 1 out. Actually, 4 outs going to that river. 2 nines, 2 deuces. So,
Okay.
I'm glad that I'm here to give
chop
my
outs.
professional.
What, were we counting chop outs? Sorry.
No chop outs. Any 9 would have been a full house.
Full house.
9s over deuces, and either one of the deuces would have been deuces over 9s.
My
4
fault.
outs.
My fault. Sorry. Excuse me.
It's okay. I wasn't here.
By the way, we've seen deuces now. It feels like 6 hands out of 8. Deuces on the last hand 1. Deuces now again for Vigilante, who folds them.
Well, it's not like last week where one player had kings 4 out of 6 hands in a row.
Yeah. Okay, that's special. Mr. Evil One says deuces are the hand of the hour. Maybe the hand of the 10 minutes. Let's not push it.
Well, like Gordon Bombay once said, ducks fly together.
Like Griffin Benger more than once said.
I do
like my Mighty
love
Duck
your commitment to that Mighty Ducks reference. I do really enjoy the fact that you're so desperately trying to make it a thing. We've got kings here for Roy Reese, 24, and the raise has come from Gienna with ace-4 of diamonds.
Name that reference, James. I know Joe knows it. For Sanchez Pibi avatar.
Joe thought it was Thanos walking off with Gamora.
It is, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
You're both right.
Joe, your
It's an
nerd
odd
credentials
choice, though.
are not going to be revoked by the president of all nerds, Griffin Benger.
I'm working on this new stand-up bit now about how it's a mistake to tell anyone you like anything because either they hate it or they like it more than you do. They're like, yeah, what's Nick Fury's badge number? And you're like, I'm sorry, I just thought I liked Marvel movies. And they're like, well, you don't.
There's something there. I like that one.
Sanchez
And I
opening
like it more
to-
than any one of your other fans.
opens to 105,000 and promptly gets re-raised by Vigilante, who has ace-10.
Ooh, that would be a good comic book character, the Vigil Auntie. It's like your mom's sister, just goes around solving crimes at nighttime. Has anyone done that yet? Is that a thing?
It would be
No,
like
but
a
Vigilante
reboot.
came
You
out
could
in
do like a
Peacemaker.
reboot of Death Wish, but instead of casting Bruce Willis, cast like
Yes.
someone's auntie.
Yeah. Nice one with 9-4. Thank you.
It was a walk for the chip leader, Claire 388. I don't know if you heard this reference, Griffin, but Canada was 1 and 2 on the leaderboard, now 1 and 3. Vigilante is also a Canadian player.
How many Brazilians do we got left in the field?
A lot. Cajun says, I haven't seen Spraggy stream for a while. Anyone know what's up? If you follow Spraggy on Twitter, you will be treated to endless updates from the live poker tournaments he is playing in Las Vegas, Nevada.
And the dilemma he had as
question.
to whether to confront the individual that may or may not have taken his phone. Found that to be quite interesting.
No,
wait,
his
headphones,
earbuds.
wasn't
It was his earbuds. Yeah.
Find your earbuds we have now. Jeez. You know, back in my day, to find your earbuds, you had to go back to the park and look around.
I did not know they had like some kind of homing beacon on them.
I know, it's ridiculous.
We've had this conversation before. I hear so many good things about Apple AirPods, that they're amazing headphones, that they fit your ears no matter what shape they are. And yet I can't get over the fact they make you look like a tool when you're wearing them, and I just can't bring myself to buy a pair. We've got an all-in here, and it's Ace-Jack at risk. Ace-Jack ahead, and Ace-Jack holds, pairing the Jack on the turn, and that is a double up for Lumber Go Forever.
I think it's Lumbago forever.
Or it could be Lumber, as in lumber support, go forever, because if you've got a bad back, you definitely want it to go forever.
Online poker, too, it can really be hard on the lumbar region.
Oof. Real tight check fold there from Barack. You know, if you're gonna flat that small blind with the king 10 off playing 25 big blinds, I think you should probably find a continue on the 2 overs gut shot paired board, but Barack quickly folds against the 8-6 of spades against Claire.
So Durabo opening here with 9 at 7 of hearts. Sanchez Pibby has ace 5 of hearts.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
Very difficult to play this spot here with 20 big blinds because you're up against someone that should be raising with a relatively tight range here in the 7-9 suited. So the fact that Durabo actually has the bottom of their range here, you know, you're not going to just want to shove every ace 5 suited from the small blind here. And calling is a bit difficult because, you know, you're dominated by every other ace. But does elect to peel from the small here, ahead, but now behind.
Bet of 98,600 into a pot of 290,000. What was the resolution to Headphone Gate? Did Spraggy get them back?
I don't think he got them back, and I don't think he went after it. Look, not to judge an entire like the neighborhood where he tracked it to isn't the best one in Las Vegas. So, my guess is that once someone who was a local was like, yeah, maybe you don't want to go there. Let's be honest, Spraggy was never going to like go ring this dude's doorbell and be like, can I have my headphones back, please?
That would be hilarious, though. He shows up in his tracksuit. All right, mate? Got my headphones? I'm here from. Yes, Monado, that is Lucy Liu as Orenishi in Quentin Tarantino's Kill Bill.
Oh.
I'm still waiting for the release of, I believe it's called Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair, which is the extended cut of the 2 movies edited together and the uncensored version without the stuff that was changed into black and white for the international release.
That whole scene with the whatever, it's the 80 or whatever, is they made it black and white so that because it was so there's a normal image of that?
There is a section of the fight which is intentionally in black and white and was filmed in black and white. In the international release, there is an extended section which is then monochromed from color footage because it was considered too violent for an R rating in the States. I have the Japanese DVD release, which looks a bit crappy these days by modern kind of like, you know, HD or 4K standards, but it is, and there's also additional nastiness in that fight, and also the tale of Orenishi, the animated sequence, is a lot more violent as well.
Hey, and and it's a great talking point for dinner guests. Your little Japanese copy of Kill Bill. Come on, it's pretty cool.
It's really weird because I quite like the first movie, even though I think it's incomplete and doesn't really conclude. And I didn't like the second version at all, the second installment at all, Volume 2. I found it really boring. And so I'd actually be really interested to watch it as a complete movie to see whether it works.
James was just complaining about how long movies are. Now he wants to watch a 5-hour version of Kill Bill.
Correct.
I did have this
There's
similar thought actually yesterday when I was. Sorry, go ahead, James.
I was just saying there's nothing more consistent than inconsistency, and I very much take that approach to how I look at cinema.
I did have a similar thought yesterday when I had a couple friends over to watch The Two Towers. We've been having some extended Lord of the Rings nights. We watched Fellowship a few weeks ago, then watched Two Towers last night. And then you're always sort of debating, like, how it's moved in your sort of like rankings in your head, which one's better than this. Like, I'm a Fellowship guy. I'm sure we've had this conversation on the stream before, but really, it's just a 12 episode miniseries. It's just like a season of a TV show. And if it was a TV show, people wouldn't be discussing which blocks of the thing. Like, it's like a whole thing. It's one movie, really. Same with kind of what you're saying about Kill Bill.
Except for The Hobbit.
We don't need to talk about The Hobbit.
I took in some Tarantino content over the weekend. I don't know if you want to save this for the podcast or not, but Super Pumped premiered here yesterday or late Saturday night.
I don't think we're going to have time for it on the podcast. Bear in mind that we're going to talk about the card counter. We are dedicating the show to one movie, so I don't necessarily think there'll be the opportunity to discuss it this week.
Well, basically, take the style and the dialogue of Billions and then inject, cross it with Silicon Valley with a little narration by Quentin Tarantino.
No way. He narrates the show.
Yeah, he's like the voiceover narrator. It's pretty interesting. I liked it a lot.
I think it premiered last night, right? Or it premiered last night, yeah.
Sorry, I have to interrupt with this because I appreciate that all art is subjective, but this is just such a bad take. Such Sweet Thunder rates the Lord of the Rings trilogy as Fellowship A-, fair. Towers D-, ridiculous. Ooh. Return C+. No. The rating for the second two films, that's bad. I think, if anything, you're overrating Fellowship, which I think is a little bit boring in places. I think Two Towers is probably my favourite. Return of the King has flaws.
F+.
So we've got top pair against a flush draw here. A pair and a flush draw, I should point out, because it is always coming 7.
Here we go, bounty in play.
Yeah, C-bet size from Lumbago losing a half-pot bet here, which represented a decent chunk of their stack. Claire with the very easy call with King-Queen, and now facing the shove for 20 big blinds. You kind of have to call when you find yourself with King-Queen here. I don't really know what Claire is thinking about. Probably just maybe a little bit of paranoia. I mean, we're talking about 20 big blinds here. Your opponent's going to have a lot of flush draws, some weaker kings sometimes. Certainly hands like 7x of diamonds. Come on, Claire. Oh, gosh. What, do you think they have a set? What you doing, Claire?
Lumbago with
ace. Did you hear?
King suited.
Griffin, did you hear the backstory on Claire?
Kind of. I was sort of getting my stuff together to get on the stream there, but I heard a little bit of it.
Then you know that Claire does not have a lot of experience at the tournament tables. This is only the second recorded tournament that Claire has played on Stars. The first being a $1 sit and go last month. No cashes before today.
And has now put in half of Lumbago's stack here with ace-8 off after folding for, Claire.
Domination Nation in Lumbago's favour, and this looks like another double up for Lumbago. Yep, And we are switching. Claire not eliminated, by the way. Claire moving table, and we'll pick up Claire a bit later on this evening. We come here to see Tom Hayward in action. Magin, who was briefly disconnected there, is now back with the open-ended straight draw.
And a great opportunity here for Magin to take this pot. A bit surprising to see the check back on the flop, but sometimes, you know, you do want to get a little tricky and then be able to bet big here with that delay.
We referenced that Magin started the day 8th in chips. Is currently 28th on the leaderboards. Has slipped since the start of play. Also should reference that Magin is a Sunday Million champion. Won the Sunday Million last summer, and it was unfortunately one of the weeks where there was a technical issue that stopped us from streaming. So sadly, Magin's victory was not captured with cards up coverage.
If we're not streaming it, did it really happen?
Correct.
Yeah, I used to take that attitude towards EPTs. Like people would say, oh yeah, Toby Lewis won in Villamora. I'm like, that wasn't a thing. Sorry.
No. No, I don't think he did.
For Clover with Ace Queen and Strix with King Queen. And it is an ace high flop, so it's all about the Clover.
Much better than hitting the queen. Oh. Nice try.
And why not?
No.
At least it's not a huge half pot bet, though.
It's true.
After nearly 20 minutes of play, we're down to 49, having started day 2 of this week's Sunday Million with 57. And Clover is good. Hello, Ant Childs, who's just joined the table. Now we're at 48. And Clover up to 2.5 million. Average stack right now, 2.1 million. The blinds up to 30,000, 60,000. 15-minute blinds right through to the conclusion of this Bounty Builder Series special edition of the Sunday Million. Ace-3 suited opening. And it's a raise and take it.
The Grafton for Juna. See if they elect to open it up around 30 big blinds.
That's Juna, I believe, Griffin.
I'm going to say that because this player is from Finland, it's Juna. But not being funny, if there's one thing above everything else that we love about Griffin Benger, it's the fact that his pronunciation of all online handles is unique. He will add letters, he will subtract letters, he will make it his own.
4C Lover facing a bet here. 120,000. I should have said Fork Lover. That's even better.
Well, Andre Gatti with King, Queen of Clubs. Ant Childs, who recently joined the table, has Big Slick in the big blind. Okay, and what's it going to be? It's a re-raise to 410,000. How is King Queen suited looking now?
It's a very, very tricky spot here with King Queen suited. It's such a strong hand. It is late position, and that is going to play just fine.
The sickest of rotations. 2-pair on the flop up against the top pair of Antchilds, and I guess it's all going in pretty soon.
This certainly could play as a call for Andre, and there might be some scary turn cards that might create an opportunity for Antchilds to get away from it. But Andre Gotti might just go for it, and does.
All in and a call. And no cards help Antchilds. So Andre gets the double up to 3.8 million. Antchilds left short.
Bounty in play. Bounty incoming.
That is true. A couple of short stacks of this table. 3, in fact, if you include Nentwich and Tranquil Mind, who's got King Jack of Spades here. Yep, all gone, just like that. I'm sorry, Antchilds.
Oh, Antchilds was in our chat 30 minutes ago and spoiled that moment. I just realized. I don't think was realizing they were going to be on the stream when it happened.
Okay, we've got ourselves
Well,
a flip
that's
here.
karma
The
for
sevens.
spoiling it, you know?
Yeah.
Imagine. Against the King Jack of Tranquil Mind. Okay, we're off to the races. And we are on a money jump, by the way, which is why we might see a little bit of time bank employed here by Tranquil Mind. And seven's holding. Seven's good. Tranquil Mind is KO'd. Imagine claims a $200 bounty. And we are down to 47 players. Everyone is now locked up. $852. Plus, of course, the head prizes they've earned for knocking out players throughout this event. Imagine back up to 11th place on the leaderboard. There is a new chip leader, by the way. Castanella has 5.3 million now. Claire 388 from Canada has dropped down into second place with 4.9 million.
Andre on a little heater here.
Andre.
Nothing says
I never
heater
been with a
like
caddy.
raising with Jackson having it come 10 high. Like that's just as good as it gets.
And Yuna. Will fold.
Not a fan of the backdoors. Neither am I. Leave now. Best case scenario, you pick up outs on the turn and then brick the river. So.
And the ace-queen button open for Magin. The defend from Strix with Jack 8, but it's an ace-high flop.
Imagine ace, queen pre-flop.
9-6 of diamonds. Antchilds, queen 10.
Gotta do it, man. Or woman.
Yeah. And Magin has a dominating hand here. Queen Jack.
Do it.
Don't just call, you got to get that bounty.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Up and
domination, rotation.
Oh.
Pair.
Oh, wow. Re-implementation and then domination. I don't know what it is when it then happens again on the river. But point being, Antchild's got a small double up there.
That's what I call a roller coaster.
So still at 46 players. A quick reminder that a bit later on this evening, and still looking at more than an hour. We are going to give you the chance to play some poker and give you the chance to qualify for the Sunday Million anniversary on Sunday, the 20th of March. 20? Why am I lowballing you? 50 seats available
Wow.
in that free roll. And that free roll, it will be running a bit later on. Don't worry about turning ID, password, all that jazz. We'll give you the details when it is time. It's not yet in the client. It's not yet in the lobby. But when it drops, we'll reveal the password on the stream. You'll have about 10 minutes to register. And then you can play for one of those 50 seats. And hopefully, you'll get free entry into the must-play MTT of the year. 10 million guaranteed, celebrating 16 years of the Sunday Million. And yes, there will be a stream of the last day, which will be the Tuesday that week. It's a bigger event, needs more days to play down to a winner, so our stream moves from a Monday to a Tuesday.
Sunday Million on a Tuesday. What is the crazy?
I know. It's just stupid.
Somebody needs to work on their days of the week.
Here we go. Ace-9 versus 10s going to the flop. 10's still good.
What is Magin's avatar there? It's like a Sasquatch or something?
Looks like
Spaghetti
a mop.
monster? Oh, maybe it's something from South Park? A South Park monster of some kind, maybe? Pizza the Hut?
Chat, this is what we pay you for, chat. Figure it out!
I'd like to think that as this guy is on our books, that we can get a definitive answer to this question. Thank you to Benny, who says it's Sasquatch from the Big Les show. I mean, I don't know
That
what
was my
is,
next
but
guess.
Yep. You'd think I'd know about something called the Big Les Show, but I don't. Well, now I gotta find out what the Big Les Show is.
Is it a New Zealand comedy show? Which
It
almost
is a
sounds like an
sci-fi
oxymoron.
show. It looks like a cartoon. Australian comedy web series.
Oh, Australian.
It's one of those hilarious shows
Comedy.
like comedy. Like what's the one with the old Greg? Comedy.
You gotta check it out. Yeah. You don't like Bailey's, Joe?
No, I don't like Bailey's, and I don't like this show.
I think 7's still good, right?
Yeah, it's always coming sevens. Did you not know that?
Gotta dodge a couple cards.
How
maybe
is
celebrate
sevens ever going to
some
get to
Baileys.
showdown?
Well, if everyone keeps checking.
Is Fork Lover gonna bet? And loves forks.
Oh, 7's
Hachi
still
Machi.
good.
Andre. Pop it out there, Andre. This is exactly how you'd play a king. Just bet 300K.
Andre.
Yep.
Andre.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Andre.
Now, Yuna. Make the call because you're a boss. He's repping too thin, Yuna.
You Una.
Mexico!
Oh!
I like it. Oh,
Yeah.
hold on a sec. We got kings all in. We've got ace queen for Andre. We've got queens for Yuna.
And just a perfect example of what a twisted little mistress poker can be. You make a brilliant call in the next hand. Oh, well, you know what?
Yeah.
Yuna might actually turn a profit here if they can. Well, but what do? Do you put in your 50 bigs here with the queens? You do.
Yes.
And then
Yeah,
Andre
boy.
Bounty
goes. Why
Obviously,
click it,
an ace is
Andre?
coming.
Andre.
Oh,
Oh, my
queen on the
God,
turn.
1 out.
Oh.
And that full house will send Nentwich to the rail as Una wins a huge pot. And the Finn is now a top 3 stack.
So poker is a twisted little mistress, just for the wrong person. Still pretty twisted for the kings there.
Whew.
One.
Yeah,
queen
but
left.
it's almost
now-
like the poker god saw the dope call with the pocket sevens and was like, I'm going to let Una get it in bad here with 1 out and then pop it off.
So
Quite the
Una
reward.
just rang queens into kings and got there. Now has ace-9 suited against the aces of Strix.
Yeah, I think this can play pretty comfortably as a call. You're getting a good price here. It looks kind of strong. You're too. Oh my goodness!
No. What is
Poker
happening?
goddess!
Holy
Just- Ooh,
Oh,
someone's
man.
playing favorites up there.
I shouldn't laugh, but how can you not? Because if you don't laugh, you'll cry. And trust me, Strix is going to cry at the end of this hand.
If you were going to sacrifice a goat to the poker gods, would it have to be like Phil Ivey? Because somebody did something to get on the good side.
Just have this image of Phil Ivey being sacrificed, just eyes wide.
Strix calls. We go to the turn, and Strix down to just 2.3%.
No, how much of a
You know,
bounty is Una going to get?
I'm no Matt Damon at Goodwill Hunting, but that's the math is not good there.
No, and the bounty is $473. Strix with less than pot behind. Una may just decide to put them in on the turn. Does.
Yeah.
No
yeah.
help on the river. Another full house for Una. Another KO as Strix exits in 44th place. And Una is now chip leader with 7 million.
How you like them apples?
That's
from Goodwill Hunting.
Good, actually. They're good apples. Yeah, no, pretty good.
Don't worry,
I
Griffin.
like
we got
them.
the reference. But thank
Oh,
you for clarifying.
fork lover. Fork lover gets it in with King 5 and loses. And Childs with the comeback. What were you doing in the chat, Ant Childs? You're still in there, right? Still in?
Another
For
double
now.
up, and now over 1 million. Blinds are currently 35,000, 70,000. 43 players remaining. Don't forget, at all times, if you want to know how many players are left in the field, it's there all the time. 10,359 entries this week. That was
How are we?
7,183 unique players and 3,176 re-entries.
It's there?
Right up there.
How are we
just
supposed to?
above.
How are we supposed to read it if it's written on the tip of your finger?
Sigh. B-Boy says, hate the colorblind deck. B-Boy, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not the world's biggest fan of the 4-color deck. It is a concession that I'm always prepared to make because I know that sometimes people watch this on a slightly smaller screen, and that can make it harder to distinguish suits sometimes. So it is a concession, and it's one I do reluctantly.
You should have been a politician, James. You're like, I agree with you. I totally hear what you're saying, but I can't do anything about it. I've tried to fight for you, but
Oh!
ooh,
We got
Quadzillas.
Maybe Una has used up all their luck.
That was a lot of
Yeah.
one-outers we're seeing.
You know what to do.
Oh,
no,
no.
that's not what you're supposed to do.
And the inconsequential 7 for the 3 pair, and that is a double-up for the 3 pair, and that is a double-up for 4C Lover, 4 Clover, Fork Lover, whatever you want to call them. Darth Vader over there now has 3.5 mil, above average stack.
I can't miss. I'm invincible. Oh, wait. I just ran into quads.
Sam82 says it best. Positive tilt much? Double question mark? Well said, Sam.
It's almost not even your fault when you just like hit every single hand 5 hands in a row, and then all of a sudden your 10 isn't good there. Ooh, sourdough suited. Artisanal.
Re-raising jacks with ace-5 of spades.
Krasinski puts it in. And Mr. Boob lets go of the artisanal sourdough.
Yeah, imagine down to 1.6 million. Imagine once again slipping down the rankings, 30th in chips with 42 remaining. Closing in on the first break as Antchilds gets it in with 10s.
I mean, the bounty's only worth 43 cents. I don't think this is a call. Oh, my bad.
Looks like positive tilt has still not worn off. Una opening here with 5-3 of spades.
Krasinski taking a little pause here. Not the worst candidate, just 4-bet it all in for 35 bigs, but, you know, not the best either. Tuna now. So hard to play with much tricky conviction after a bit of a blow-up of a hand like that 10-7. So hard to just put in a 4-bet there or decide to continue with 5-3 suited.
So, Antchilds with the snowmans.
Num.
Oh, no.
But Krasinski has got 9s in the small blind. Antchilds is all in. We have a domination situation.
A 9? You know, not a total slam dunk. It's so much easier when we see it in the booth and on Twitch here. But, you know, that is 17, 18 bigs on a full ring. You're not always thrilled about getting in the 9s for Krasinski.
And that is a KO. Antchilds is out. Eliminated in 40th place. Bounty claimed by Krasinski. And now we have 9s for Una. Kings for Magin. Let's not ignore Sanchez, who's just joined the table, who's got ace-10 of hearts. Don't you want to know
Sanchez
why?
Shoves here, which is a decent probability. I was going to say, would have been cool if Magin just overflatted in the big. Nice call. Imagine, I love this, playing it tricky. Una been so aggressive with so much momentum on this table, going to have a lot of... And elects to go for the lead, which is also really fun, tricky stuff. Instead of going for the check raise.
This is really good. This is fun.
It looks like Magin is representing having an 8, maybe something like 6-7, ace-6. You think your 9s are going to be good here, just playing about 26 bigs, effective.
You might even raise. Yeah.
No. Now, I think Magin needs to just put the rest in because you want to get the calls from the 10s and the jacks and the 9s, the queens. You don't want to turn...
Oh, God! Another full house for Una. Another suck out against a huge pair. And this one sees Magin KO'd. Tom Hayward, star streamer, out in 39th place, cashing for $852 plus bounties. And Una, I think, probably has reclaimed the top spot on the leaderboard. Yep, the Finn is chip leader with 38 players remaining.
It ain't right.
And Millsberry says that's why we don't slow play Kings, team. And for that hot take, my friend, you're banned.
That's why we don't slow play Kings. Better to shove it in pre-flop, maybe get a fold, and don't get all that monies.
And we've got Andre Gassi here.
Though,
pairing their
this is
7.
Kind of have to go for it here with the gut shot, Queen 9. You can see you just have 245,000 left going into 357. If your opponent turned up their hand with Ace 7, you would think, oh, look at me. I'm almost 40% here. So Sanchez got to put the rest in. Sanchez, if you fold here, I'm not. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do with you if you fold here. Honestly, Sanchez, if you don't put those chips in right now, you have 244,000.
You have to remember what Sanchez always says. Loyalty is more important to me than money. And Sanchez folds.
Griffin, I don't know if you're. I don't want to undermine you, but Sanchez just had Queen High, so you know it's not a very good hand. Griffin lost everything.
That's what it cost.
Oh, hello,
Ooh.
cheeky. Roy, you
reading the room pretty correctly here.
Uh-oh. 10s against jacks. You rip me off, then use my own money to pay someone to kill me! Don't worry, guys. I think this could be the end of Sanchez. I will stop with the Robert Darby quotes after this hand, probably. And everyone wants a bit of bounty.
Oh!
But
Oh!
Una will allow it.
Oh no!
Oh,
I
no.
can't watch this, guys.
No. Is Andre going to hit?
50K more.
Is Andre going to hit their straight card here? And Claire, some lessons to be learned from this experience, my friend. Okay, here we go. Sanchez at risk, and Sanchez is in flames. The oil tanker has gone up, and that is Sanchez out, KO'd in 37th place.
And look at this setup. King Queen folds under the gun? What?
Ace 10 on the button opens. We've got Ace Jack and Ace King in the blinds.
But, you know, Andre actually has a stack behind here of over 20 big blinds that could get away were Krasinski to, you know, pop in the all in here. You're not feeling really good about your hand with Ace Jack here. And you might just have to say, okay, Jim from the office, you win this round.
Does indeed. Scuzzamoy asks, what was the payout for 37th place? The same as it will be for the next few players eliminated, $852.02. Next money jump will be when we're down to 31. So yeah, Claire, a reminder, only playing their second ever tournament and their first ever MTT, because that first tournament was a $1 sit and go. Claire has secured at least $850 and Claire has won nearly $1,000 in bounties. So, how did you fare in the first MTT you ever played on Stars? Just saying.
I won it. It was the Scoop High event, number 7.
I remember that. It's a 7-figure score, right?
Correct.
I think it was 8, no?
So we have hit the first break of the day, and Una may not be going in to this break as chip leader. It's Equanimity from Denmark, who's the biggest stack with 7.5 million. But Una is the single biggest bounty available right now, worth $2,000. 35 players remaining, playing down to a winner tonight in this Bounty Builder Series special edition of the Sunday Million. Cards Up action will continue inside of 5 minutes, and in the next, I'm going to say hour and a half, we'll bring you details of tonight's free roll, your chance to win free entry to the $10 million guaranteed Sunday Million anniversary, celebrating 16 years of this tournament. 50 seats up for grabs in the $10 million guaranteed event. Details on the way. Griffin, Joe told me before we came to air this evening, I know obviously that Joe was in Vegas for the Global Poker Awards last week, where I guess we should continue doing our victory lap, Joe. Poker in the Ears was named Best Poker Podcast of 2021, but Joe said he bumped into you. I didn't know you were in town last week.
Yeah, so I was in town to visit my good buddy Rory, as well as Max, who's one of the organizers of the Global Poker Awards. So it was really cool to bump into Joe just on the strip there. He was the one person I even said to my friend that I would have liked to have seen while I was out there. But he's busy, I'm busy. Neither of us really reached out. I don't even know if he knew I was in town. And so to bump into him and his girlfriend, we went for lunch at Fat Burger and caught up a bit. It was great.
Fantastic. Now, Griffin, I don't know whether you know, but there was an incident where our trophy for Best Poker Podcast went missing. And it was not me. It might be someone on the production team, I'm not going to name them, Chris, who suggested that Griffin, Vegas, trophy goes missing. Could there be a connection?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I believe you thousands wouldn't. Did you get to play much poker, or were you just kind of hanging out with friends and partying?
Yeah, I had 2 poker sessions. Went pretty well. Played pretty much higher stakes out in Vegas than I do normally back here in Montreal. So it was a lot of fun to.
Griffin's. I'm not going to blow up Griffin's spot. I'll let Griffin tell you whatever information he wants. But what I'll say is that Griffin, when he's playing in Toronto, plays in a $1, $3 game, and when he played in Vegas, was like disgustingly bigger than that. Like disgustingly bigger.
Like 25, 50, 100 or something. So it was pretty funny to play, 100x the stakes or whatever it would be, 30x the stakes. It was fun.
Now, we established earlier on that obviously Spraggy's in Vegas right now, minus his headphones. Did you cross paths with Mr. Spragg?
No, it's funny. We actually had designs to sort of crash the awards, be probably 2 of the fewest people there that weren't actually nominated for anything. And there were 2 seats that opened up. I think someone might have gotten COVID or something. So we actually had seats to go to the event, but we played poker so late the night before, and it started kind of early that we just slummed it. We didn't want to deal with the whole suit and tie thing, and we actually watched the awards from home and was pretty pleased with the broadcast. I thought it was a great job this year, really well done. It was fun.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that, Joe, on the podcast, that they really went to town and made it feel and look like a proper award show.
Yeah, it was the best it's ever been done. No offense to other years, like anything else. It's still relatively new too, right? Like having poker awards at all. And so, every year they make it a little bit better this year, more in the poker. I don't know if they're still called Poker Productions or not, but more in his team really put it on like a real award show. They had, various producers working on it. They had cameras on all of the nominees every time they were calling an award. I actually thought they were like giving away who was about to win because there was like a camera on someone at my table. And then I realized, no, they actually have coverage of every single person right now as they announced the names. And it was very tight, very slick production. I was almost jealous of Jeff getting to host when it was such a tight, slick production, which, by the way, I'm sure he played into that as well because that's his whole style too. But I was like, oh, man, I wish they had figured out this much when I was hosting instead of it being a total dumpster fire, which I absolutely fan the flames of.
Joe, that ceremony in Deauville in 2014 is still one of my fondest memories of your career highlights. I should mention, by the way, guys, that obviously we talk about all of the winners at the Global Poker Awards on the most recent episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast. And in fact, we speak to one of those winners, Veronica Brill, who got the Charitable Initiative Award. If you want to hear from Veronica, you can listen to episode 240 of the podcast. And as Joe and I have teased already, this week is going to be a puka movie? A puka movie. We are going to talk about The Card Counter, the film that Joe worked on a couple of years ago. So you might want to rent that from iTunes or maybe buy the Blu-ray disc, but I recommend that you watch it before we discuss it on the show this week. We are going to be joined by one of the film's producers, Lauren Mann, and we are also going to hear analysis of the poker hand that features in the film from our super high roller reviewer, Sam Greenwood. So it should be a fun show. We're going to record that on Thursday, release it on Friday. And yeah, I'm not saying you won't get anything out of it if you haven't seen the movie, but it is going to be spoiler-filled. We're going to go through the film scene by scene. So I would recommend watching it if you haven't already. I think most people who kind of seem to have watched it by now, Joe, is that fair?
I think so, yeah. Like all the regs, all the people that, chime in most regularly to the show, and we expect to hear their opinions on things. I think most of them have seen it at this point. If you want to throw a couple of words into the Discord about it, I assume we can read a couple of pretty short reviews from those folks. Oh, and my mother's lengthy review will also be revealed.
Oh, yes.
On this week's podcast.
Yes. An opportunity for Joe to take a break from the booth as we get back to the action in this week's Sunday Million Bounty Builder Series edition. And yes, that was a good note from Joe. If you are on the PokerStars Discord server, you will notice that we do have dedicated channels for the podcast. And if you use the general discussion thread, would love to hear your thoughts on the movie. Maybe we will read some listeners' views on the card counter when we do our special episode this coming week. So Claire with a pair of sixes here up against the nines of Una.
Yeah, we've spoken a bit about Claire's apparent inexperience in these tournaments here on PokerStars. Definitely showing in a lot of these hands. Pretty much, if you sort of get into the mind of Claire and see how they're playing, a lot of sort of betting to see where they're at. Not really a great understanding necessarily of how to value their hands. And this is a great example. I will say, though, electing to bet half pot on the turn, sometimes folds out a hand like pocket nines. Won't work this time. Now, interestingly enough, Una thinking maybe about turning their hand into a bluff to try to, bluff off a queen, maybe a river jack, but does check back and has the best hand.
And Una has retaken the chip lead, 8.1 million. Equanimity second in chips with 7.5 million. Thank you to Salem Parkbench for pointing out the card counter is on Amazon Prime in Canada. So if you're an Amazon Prime customer in Canada, you can watch the film for free.
Very tight fold there from Una in the big blind. Just facing that min-raise blind on blind, you have, a suited double gapper. You really want to continue with that all the time, but folds to the min-raise. So I will say that Una's been playing, certainly been getting kind of lucky, but at least been active there. Don't know what was going on.
Deuces for Claire. Maybe they are the hand of the hour. Raises to 210,000. It's a 3x open at the 35,000, 70,000 blind level. And it's raise and take it. Scratch that, 40,000, 80,000 blind level now.
Don't scratch the raise, because the blinds have been raised.
Una with the sailboats, and presto for Jamie Coe. Calls in position, and fives still good. Both players with small flush draws. And the power of the continuation bet. Is this going to fold out? Fives. No. Salander asks, how many people did we start the day with? 57 came back for day 2. So 10,359 total entries. 57 made it to day 2. And we will conclude the day with our champion. Playing down to a winner tonight. And Jamie Coe takes over the betting on the turn, wins the pot. Next. Queens for Claire. John, I did that joke earlier on, but thank you. I appreciate it. Just your standard shove for 2 million.
Yeah, not the right way to get value from queens there.
And as I said earlier on, Griffin, this is not to be overly critical. We are obviously dealing with someone who is a very inexperienced player, but ultimately what you have to take from this experience are lessons of maybe hands where you could have played it differently, where you could have made adjustments that could have seen the results go more in your favour.
Yeah, you know, I think that the biggest mistakes that Claire has made, you know, obviously one of the glaring ones would have been that king-queen facing that all-in for about 22 big blinds on the king-high flop. In a hand like that, when Claire really, really thought about it, I can sort of understand the thought process of an amateur in a situation like that that would maybe excuse the fold in a sense. But it's the other hands where clearly Claire isn't, you know, building a plan for themselves in the particular situation. You think about the 6-7 with the lead, double lead out. But of course, way more importantly is the open with the 7-8 off. You know, and seeing a player 2 to your left go all in for 50 more thousand. You see a couple of calls, those players can't raise. I mean, you know, this you need to be thinking about how you're going to approach based off what things could happen. We saw the ace-8 offsuit, you know, putting it in for 1 million chips after the flub with the king-queen because you 4.5x'd an open. So I think that's one of the things you can really take from the experience, not just for Claire, but people playing at home, is think about, you know, why am I doing something and what's going to happen if certain other things happen. And I think those 7-8 and the ace-8 hands are good examples of that.
Roy Reese pairing their jack on the turn. Was already ahead. Luke is like Luke, says if Claire can bring it so deep in the tournament, there is hope for me as well. But this is the great thing about poker. I know it's a cliche, guys, but like so many cliches, it's grounded in truth. We know that poker is a game with an element of skill, but it is a gambling game. There is a huge amount of luck involved, and the reality is in a tournament format, on any given day, any given player can have a superb run of cards and win. And that is the allure, is that, yes, in the long run, the skilled players will probably rise to the surface and will be winning players, but anyone can win any given tournament. And it's a story we've seen time and time again. The most famous, of course, being the 2003 World Series of Poker main event.
All the best things in life are cliches.
The raise from Claire with King Deuce of Spades. Jamie Coe with the Snowmans.
Num num. Num num.
But will Jamie Coe get an opportunity to play the hand? Will, as Juna elects to go with the flat. Going to be a real juicy spot here for Roy Reese, assuming Jamie Coe flats. I mean, this is a hand that can certainly play as a squeeze. You don't expect Unity to be trapping on the button here, so you're willing to get it in for those 25 big blinds against Claire in the event Claire shoves. We can see, of course, that Claire probably won't be doing that with the King Deuce.
And now we've got Roy with Ace Queen.
Yeah. Yeah, strange when I was breaking down this hand that the ace-queen almost felt like an afterthought, but it's a pretty significantly strong hand in these last 4 spots here. And Jamiko now, what have I gotten myself into? Am I about to, 5-bet all in with pocket eights here for 70 big blinds? I don't think so. Do I call with this min click, getting such a good price? Do I just think Roy has it here and fold? No easy answer here.
So the 4-bet works for Roy Reese, who's up to 4.8 million. Andre Gatti with jacks here as Claire tries again, opening with king 6 suited. Beware that dwindling chip stack, Claire.
Yeah, Claire now 3xing. I find those situations like the ace, queen, and eights so interesting because sometimes it's just a matter of who is going to put in the last bet before the one that would have to go all in between 2 medium premium hands, right? Like if you think about if Jamie Koo had ace queen there and Roy Reith had the eights and the action went the same, ace queen probably would have folded the other in Jamie Koo's spot. So it's just a matter of who puts that last bet in with those kind of hands.
Yeah, and obviously Claire is not going to call it off here with king 6 of diamonds. We're talking about a player who started day 2 as chip leader and is now sitting towards the bottom of the leaderboard, 27th in chips, a below average stack, the average now being 2.9 million. I'm assuming this is going to be a tank fold.
Claire.
It's going to be a tank fold.
I'm sensing a bit of a defeatist mentality from Claire. She's not exactly doing what she's supposed to, and I think you're right that in all likelihood it's a fold, but I think genuine thought was going into whether to call or not.
And with 20 big blinds, Claire probably needs to put the brakes on a little bit and not open these suited kings. Chip preservation mode in effect. Instead we've got Roy Reese opening with 5s. For Clover, lets the big blind go. Una, ace 9 of hearts. That's the hand that Una cracked aces with. Where's the action going to come from here? No stellar hands on display.
We've seen some very comfortable fringy opens from Krasinski in these hour or so that we've seen them playing. We saw a Jack 9 open in early position and the like. So King 6 suited at the cutoff with a good chip stack, a dwindling Claire, a tight fork lever. I think Krasinski's going to get a lot of decent opening opportunities.
So rounds the blinds, Unit in the small with 10-9, and Jamie Coe in the big with ace-5. And, oh, enough already! Flops the full house. I mean, Una's had their fair share of full houses, but this is the first time they've actually flopped it. Jamie with just ace high. Calls.
T1002 asks, is it fork lover or fork clover? It's whatever we want it to be, my friend. Until we get confirmation from the player themselves, it's whatever we want it to be.
Well, Jamie Coe Rivers a pair But this is a straighty, flushy paired board.
Jamiku 793. River in the 5.
400k into 712k. Do not hero call with a 5, Jamie. Do not. Wrong one. I mean this one.
There you go.
More chips for Yuna, who now has 8.2 million. Number one on the leaderboard with
Is she
33
okay?
players remaining.
She's not moving. Oh, she's up. She's up. Okay. She's dusting herself off. Okay. She's a professional. She's done this before. lot of hero fails.
And Roy with 10s.
Big trouble here for Andre Gotti, depending on how Roy plays this. You know, if Roy elected to go for a limp here, I think Andre might consider just shoving in those 20 big blinds. But with that 3.5x, or just over 3x, I think Andre gonna find just a call. Hoping for their sake, yes.
Sorry, this is too good. This is too good. So, poor old Stat Trick, who's obviously keeping one eye on the table in real time, one eye on the stream, didn't realise that Griffin was doing a gag there about the superhero animation and thought Griffin was talking about his cat and got genuinely worried that your cat was not moving, Griffin.
That's really great. Oh my gosh. King Jack suited for Roy Reese on the button here. Of diamonds.
We do
I really
not
want
have
to
an animal
rewatch it
emergency,
now.
Stat Trick.
to know what to see how they must have thought, you know.
And we've got Claire still ahead with 7s.
It's like, oh no, she's getting up. She's dusting herself off. Oh, that's great. Roy Reese, an opportunity here to really want to bet Claire off something like Ace Queen, you know? Might have checked this flop, maybe something like Ace Jack. 7s, certainly the best hand. Oh, and plays it as a check raise for 65% of your stack. Why not, Claire? Let's go. Show me better, Roy. Think I'm scared of 2 overs and flush possibilities, flush draw possibilities? Nope. You got nothing,
I'm afraid,
pal.
Roy, Claire was sticking it in your eye. Goffy asks, will you be streaming any events at EPT Prague? Yes, Goffy, we will be. We'll be streaming the main event. We'll be streaming the last 5 days of the main event from day 2 to day 6. That's the final table. It all kicks off on the 12th of March. So whether you're watching this on Twitch or YouTube right now, this is the place you need to be on that day for 5 days of live streaming from EPT Prague. We have got Jamie opening with 10, ace 10 of diamonds. Krasinski re-raising with king queen.
Quite a difficult situation here with the ace 10 suited. So easy when we can see the cards, but you know, the value range Krasinski's representing here from the small blind really has ace 10 suited in a world of trouble. You only have 26 big blinds. How do you play it? You play it as a call, and you flop top 2 pair, James. That's how you do it.
Oh, yeah. Gut shot, though, for Krasinski.
Oh yeah. 8-day bow bow.
440 into 1.25.
Jamie, keep it cool, buddy.
7 of spades on the turn. Jamie better than a 90% favourite now.
Poor Krasinski here, recognizing that you can probably get a 10 to fold with a shove here, but probably not an ace, and a lot of the aces are going to be flatting pre-flop pretty strong. Things like ace queen off, ace jack suited, ace 10 suited, you know, sometimes some trapped aces. So Krasinski doesn't want to just get it in with 4 outs to spare.
Let's do this Mathis style. 2.1 million in the pot. Jamie Cole will have to go all in. Jamie. There we go. Rip!
You know, something that is kind of fun about the way that this hand is developed, Krasinski's getting such a good price with this king-queen, and of course we think, well, what are you doing? Get out of there. But there is got to be some kind of consideration. Does an ace ever really want to shove that river anyway? You kind of have to have something like ace-10 to feel super comfortable shoving for value, so... But Krasinski does fold.
Absolutely, and blinds are up to 50,000, 100,000. And those of you asking about the European Poker Tour schedule, by the way, I do urge you to check out the website pokerstarslive.com, where you'll find details of all upcoming PokerStars events. As far as the EPT is concerned, you know, we've got Prague coming up, and after that will be Monte Carlo in May. So Prague, then Monte Carlo is the immediate future for the European Poker Tour.
Oh, Claire. Great spot to shove into those 8 big blinds with the Jack-9. Would have folded out the, I believe it was 10-7.
Dazzy Jr. asks, James, will the EPT still be televised? Do you know? That's a good question, Dazzy. And the honest answer is I don't. I can say that it is our intention. It's our hope that we can make TV shows. I don't think that'll be happening from Prague, but maybe Monte Carlo. Let's see how things go.
Maybe. Cheeky check back here. Or was this a bet? Might have missed a bet.
Trippity Kings.
Trippity Kings, Trippity Kings.
Electric Jeans. What's your favorite EPT stop, commentators? It's so hard to pick just one. And I mean that. I mean that genuinely. And, you know, I think we've said this a few times. It's very easy to get jaded and cynical. Hold on, we've got aces here. We'll keep an eye on the action and see what unfolds. I think it's very easy to say, oh, here we go again, Barcelona. This is like the 17th time in a row that I've gone to Barcelona. And then you get something like a pandemic, which stops you from traveling anywhere for near enough 2 years and cancels all live poker in Europe. And then you just can't wait to go back to these places. So from Prague to Monte Carlo to Barcelona to some of the other destinations we've visited over the years, I can't wait to see them all again.
I like Vienna.
Vienna's a great destination, and the EPT didn't visit many times. Only a handful of times. I think 3 EPT Viennas, and I was only at one of them. But yeah, beautiful city. And an amazing venue. The last time we were in Vienna, the Palace, was awesome.
Yeah. Dingo. Just over 9 big blinds here with the ace-9 suited. Should just play as an open shove from the cutoff, but Dingo goes with the raise. Might create an opportunity for them to just fold if Roy just shoves it in, but Snap calls instead. Wouldn't be the first time we saw ace-9 suited crack aces, though. One more 9.
9, not enough. Dingo's got my baby out. Eliminated by Roy in 32nd place. Another bounty claimed.
And the Alan Arkins hold up this time.
John Delano says, plus Vienna has great sausages, and that is why Joe is such a big fan of that stop as well. Joe loves his sausage.
Rare opportunity to set mine deep in the Sunday Million here. Playing about 56 big blinds deep from the small. Why not? Let's peel one off. Maybe we'll flop a set. Three of a kind. Hey, what did I say? You heard me, right, James? Said what if we flop a set?
It was a perfect opportunity to set mine at this stage of the Sunday Million, and that's what Roy did, and Roy was rewarded.
Roy Reese rewards. Say it 3 times fast for me, James. Roy Reese rewards. Roy Reese rewards. Roy Reese rewards. Not too hard. And kind of a bad turn in respect to the relative hand value of their opponents for Roy, but does decide to check. Trying to get someone to bet.
Please, someone bet.
But,
please, someone bet.
See, the problem is Yuna's probably not going to fall for this because Yuna's got to reckon. Listen, these people in the blinds, they're going to have kings and tens here. They're not going to fold. But does finally go for it. Here comes Roy up to 700. Whoocha! 750,000. 785,000. 828,000. Yeah, okay, you can do that if you want. Doesn't matter what you do, because Yuna's gonna fold like a cheap suit.
A cheap suit can actually be surprisingly difficult to fold, especially when you keep getting static shocks from it.
You would know with all the cheap suits you own.
I mean, so I've heard.
I actually don't know how cheap your suits are. That's a good spot, you know? I don't want you to think that it's something we all talk about behind your back, you know? That'd be crazy.
Queen 9 for Yuna, and aces for Andre, who's all in.
Oh,
and
the Arkins.
It's not that much more to call. Yuna does call, and hits 2 pair on the turn, and cracks another big pair. Yuna does it again, this time KOing Andre Gatti, who finishes in 31st place, and Yuna up to nearly 9 million.
Do you think that this Alan Arkins thing has potential, or it's like too much of a niche character actor?
I mean, I like it.
I mean, you know who Alan Arkin is, right? Yeah, you like it.
I like it. Yeah.
It's a James Hardigan. Yeah, I knew you'd like that one.
Roy has opened with Ace Jack of Diamantes. Yuna with Queen 8.
Wow, and this is a bit remarkable, James, but I'm reading in the chat. It turns out that Yupgo and Mikey Zo, they also that's just like them, that they never win with aces either, but like never. Wow, that's remarkable. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's so wild. Can you imagine, James?
A situation where aces get cracked. I mean, can you imagine if that
No,
happened like 20%
but it
of the
happens to
time?
him every time. Mike so
Can
says
you imagine
he never wins for him ever.
The one time out of 5 that you actually remember having aces. We have an open-ended straight draw here for Clover.
As well as a gut shot straight draw, as well as 2 different gut shot straight draws between the Queen Jack and the 10-6.
Look at this. Kamikaze Bombard. I just read the stream, and what do I see? CS Legend Shaguar. Nice.
Speaking of nice for action, oh, you know what would have been real cool? Just like chaos if the turn was a 7 of diamonds. But it wasn't. It was just the jack.
No.
No.
So, Vinicius. I really could have read that one better. With the best hand right now, top pair.
Get that action. Now here's a question, James. With such a good price, let's assume Fork Lover calls here, which I think they will. Yuna's going to get a pretty darn good price, and then Jamie Koo's going to get a pretty damn good price to see that 7 or that queen. We could see 4 ways to the river here.
I'm all about it. I want 4-way action on the river, please. Oh, Jamie ruined it. Not happy now. Not happy. And Vinicius wins the pot. Zam asks, does Mr. Benger play CSGO from time to time?
No, not anymore. A little bit of Valorant from time to time and Overwatch. I'm all about those. I'm like the old gamer, with the, how do you do, fellow kids? Pretending that can keep up them in those games. I haven't been particularly interested in playing Counter-Strike for many years.
Griffin now exclusively plays Fortnite on his phone.
Stop, I never got into Fortnite. Do you have a child that's into Fortnite, James?
No. Fortunately, she was too young during the whole kind of Fortnite craze.
Yeah.
And no one's talking about it anymore.
No. How do you stay relevant, It's an age-old question. They had a good run for
a whole
Fortnite.
18 months.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I thought it was pretty cool what they did with that DJ and stuff. And had some sort of world-ending event. They tried hard. They did a good job.
Claire keeping their head above water. Average stack right now is 3.7 million. Claire playing 2.1 million. 21 big blinds. Blinds going up in 60 seconds time. And Roy Reese, who is among the chip leaders right now, opening with ace-10. Roy sits in 5th place on the leaderboard. A player called Perfect Gwim, playing from Brazil, is the current chip leader with 8.8 million, just ahead of Yuna, who's at our feature table, who's got 8.7 million.
Optimus Clang says some references in Fortnite with the skins confused her. I assume talking about his daughter. She asked me once, is there a film called Predator?
Yeah.
Yes, there is. So I assume they did like an Arnold and a... That's pretty fun. And a Predator skin.
Ollie Ocho asking, is the next pay jump at 18? Nope, next pay jump will be when we are down to 23. Currently we are paying players $1,195, and 23rd through 16th will get $1,676.
Okay, follow-up question, Optimus Clang. Did you proceed to... I don't know how old your daughter is, but did you proceed to make her watch Predator with you? Because it's such an action classic. I guess it would really depend on her age and how much you like Predator.
Yeah.
John Krasinski with the open.
I was just about to reference that I'll be honest with you, I was never a big fan of Fortnite, and it's more about the fact that I didn't like the fact that it was taking what was quite a violent game and making it kind of cartoony and making it appeal to kids. It sat uncomfortably with me, but the moment where I really came to hate it was when they decided that instead of putting a crucial part of the plot of the final Star Wars movie in the movie, they put it in Fortnite.
Yeah, what was that controversy again? I think we're far enough removed. Is it through? It was about Skywalker or what?
It's the Emperor's message. So the whole opening of the Rise of Skywalker is that there's this voice from the dead. The voice of the Emperor has been heard, but we don't get to hear it in the movie because it was exclusive to Fortnite. So instead, it's referenced in the opening title crawl, as if we should be aware of it already.
That's so weird. And they could have done like an IMAX sort of like, broadcast to the Fortnite must have paid good money. That's crazy.
Jamie has the best hand and wins with fours. Okay, Claire decides just to min open with kings, correct?
Yeah, and I think Yuna, again, we've seen this similar situation before with Yuna, but does go for the 3-bet this time, probably with the intention of let's just run it, seeing what Claire's been opening, maybe having watched the stream on the 30-minute delay.
Yeah.
15 big blinds, necessarily to 3-bet fold.
Oh, man. Well, Yuna can't fold here, Griffin, and Yuna runs so good in these situations. I really fear for Claire. Come on, kings, just once. Hold!
As you can see, not a slam dunk, but especially with the bounty, I can't. That's it's
$500.
Not a bad bounty, yeah.
There's a 9. There's a 9. Full house for Claire, and that's a double up to 4 million. Claire is back in the game. By the way, I'm not rooting against Yuna. I'm just rooting for Claire. I just want to make that clear.
Oh, you've made your allegiances perfectly clear, James.
Oh, wow.
It's crystal clear.
Nice reference from Kyle Gordon-Stanley. This is comment of the day. We were talking about the card counter. Kyle Gordon-Stanley says, William Tell's Hendon Mob is available in Animal Crossing. You win the internet for that one. Aces and 9s for Jamie. I'm assuming you are trolling, Oli Busty. Wasn't get to the chopper in Commando. I remember he was shouting it to Alyssa Milano. It's 100% from Predator. He does not shout that to Jenny at any point in Commando.
I've never seen Commando.
Oh, Griffin, you're in for a treat.
Really?
Once you're done with the stream, it's only 85 minutes long. It's a joy. It's a terrible film, but it's such a delight. It has some of the best and most poorly delivered Schwarzenegger one-liners of all time. Don't spoil it for him.
And at what point does he?
No more talk about Commando. Griffin hasn't seen it.
At what
Griffin
point
needs
does
to see it.
At what point does he get naked? When can I look forward to that?
Oh, pretty much at the start of the movie. I think in the opening credit sequence, he's like, shirt off, lifting up large logs. This is no spoiler here. You get to see plenty of Arnie. And
Nice.
at one point, he's in his pants when he's getting ready in his commando makeup.
And then he goes commando. Nice. Juna here. Certainly with the range advantage raising at the hijack. Just that defend from Krasinski. So you might want to keep betting to bet out hands like Queen X, like Jack X, and Una does go for the bet. I would have elected to go a bit bigger to target hands like this, but it still looks pretty strong, and it might fold out a hand as weak as, something like Queen 8 or Jack 9. But there's another call, and Una is going to need to... And the other reason, James, why I would have liked to have seen a bigger bet on the turn is you really set up a nice pot-sized shove on the river if you decide you want to go for that bluff. And you can see here that you still have that opportunity, but it would have been nicer if the pot was around, 2.1 million and Krasinski with about 1.9 back. But effectively, the same opportunity here. Oh, Una! You knew what to do! Oh, the Arkans.
Here we go.
Alan Arkin under the gun for our girl.
And Claire is opening. We don't know the gender of this player. Just because they have a girl's name doesn't mean they're female, Griffin. You've played enough online poker to know that online handles can be deceptive.
You're right. Oh, gosh. I'm going to hear from upstairs on that one. I can see clearly now. I've got aces.
All right. Okay. You're not making any better because now you're singing licensed music.
I was not. A song I just made up. You guys don't let me do anything fun.
Nothing that's going to cost us money. No. Oh, no. Not like this,
Oh,
Claire.
no.
Not like this.
Oh, no. Oh, no,
Vinicius flops, trip queens, and I don't know how Claire gets away from this. Enough to put Vinicius all in. And oh, what a and that is Vinicius KO'd as Claire claims another bounty.
Hey, man or woman, I'm happy for you there, Claire. That was awesome. The people's champ.
Absolutely. If you're not familiar with the Claire story, can't be 100%, but based on all the research we've done and all of the available information, it seems that Claire is only playing in their second ever tournament on Stars. That first tournament was a $1 sit and go last month. They did not cash, and now they are deep in the Sunday Million. Guaranteed at least, let me just check, 26 players remaining, $1,200, plus Claire now has, how much in bounties? $1,200 in bounties. What a moment for Barry Greenstein to make an appearance. Stephen asks, where is Claire from? Canada. Just like our very own Griffin Benger.
You know what I was actually thinking about today, James? Just speaking of poker book titles. Of course, Barry Greenstein title, Ace on the River, his famous book. I've never read it, but I think it's a great book title, which was Mike Mattisau's book. Do you know what his book is called?
I did, but I've forgotten. Please remind me.
Check Raising the Devil.
That's
I like
it.
that one. It's a good title, right? That's a good title.
It kind of sounds like a direct-to-VHS movie from the mid-1990s.
yeah. Which is also kind of on brand for him, you know. It really works. Yeah. Jamie. Ooh, I've been watching a real creepy, interesting series on Apple TV. I think you'll like, James, as these Kojaks go to war against each other.
Yep.
Have you heard of the show Severance?
No.
It's freaking cool. It's on Apple TV. It's directed by Ben Stiller.
Have. I have about 5 weeks
Starring-
left of my free 3-month subscription, so if I'm
Dude,
going to
check
watch
it out.
I need to act
The
fast.
4 episodes, I think, are out. And it's starring Adam Scott from Parks and Rec, and I think you'd recognize him. But the plot's really interesting. The plot is basically that there's some sort of pharmaceuticals or some big company, whatever, that basically, if you get hired by them, if you want to apply and get a job there, they do this thing called severance, where they sever your memories. When you go into the office, you like don't remember who you are on the outside, and then when you leave, you don't remember what's taken place, all the secret stuff that's taken place inside the place. So it's very kind of like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind meets I don't know, Office Space. That's not a perfect example, but elegant example. But the thing is, yes, from Party Down, Adam Scott from Party Down says QBBA trolls. But what makes the show? I mean, it's really, really well done. It has an excellent cast. But what makes it so interesting is like because they do this severance thing. The only existence of the consciousness of the person that's in the office is being in the office. You essentially turn yourself into two different people, right? Because like you're only experiencing stuff on the outside. So, anyways, it's very, very, very interesting.
Well, 2 things. First of all, your band says you're not selling it very well, Griff. And secondly, Joe was like, don't spoil it, oh Griffin. So clearly you may have said too much.
I didn't spoil anything. That wasn't a spoiler. It's exactly how it would work. Where did he say that? Don't spoil. The hook is interesting. Oh, Griffin. Oh, shoot. Okay, that was on Discord. Whatever. It's in the trailer. Thank you, Filthy Silver. Back to the poker.
You do realize that my to-watch list is like stupidly long, and I always forget that I even have Apple TV Plus. So chances I'll get round to seeing it are slim.
It's okay. Joe will watch it even though I spoiled the whole thing for him. He owes me a TV show watch now anyways, because I'm going to finally watch Patriot tonight.
No, you're watching Commando tonight. You are watching... I know you're going to watch Commando straight after the stream, and then you can watch Patriot tonight.
Yeah, maybe.
I can't believe you got through... Knowing your taste in movies and knowing your kind of cultural references, I'm shocked. I'm amazed that you've never seen Commando. That is like... This is like when Maria revealed she hadn't seen Jaws. I'm not going to allow you back on this stream until you've seen Commando.
All it took for me to finally start watching Patriot was Joe to say it was his favorite show like 3 years ago or 2 years ago, and then both James Gunn and what's his name, the Midnight Mass director, mentioned Patriot in their that top 3 thing that was trending on Twitter or whatever. My 3. Yeah.
No. I try not to spend too much time on social media. I find it's detrimental.
It was this thing that was trending there. It's just like, ask me my top 3 of anything, and then everyone will ask, like, what's your top 3, TV characters? What are your top 3 movies? What are your top 3 music albums? Whatever. And both James Gunn and Mike Flanagan, who I both respect immensely and love their work, both mentioned Patriot. One, when it was like, I think it was James Gunn's like favorite show or something, and then the Mike Flanagan thing was like favorite scene from a TV show. I was like, all right, fine, Joe. Like, I'll watch your damn spy show.
Ooh, Domination Nation, not in Claire's favor.
No, Claire. Oh, Claire, yes!
Rotation!
Baby girl / boy. Yes, bet that pod. Let's go. Oh, no. Tell me you didn't scare off Roy. Now, Roy's way too high up in their range. But I just wish you'd bet a little less. Oh, you're going to snap shove the river, and Roy's going to put you on jacks and maybe fold. I don't know. What's going to happen. Claire!
Look, I've seen Claire make some, shall we say, questionable bets. There's a strong chance this gets paid,
That's a beautiful bet, James, because all-in might not have gotten called, But 2,088,000. Oh, Claire, I'm telling you, you're learning, you're getting better, you're on a roll. You got 1,159 fans, 1,161 counting James and I. It's your day. You're gonna get called.
Yes, does get called. And Claire is back up to 9.2 million. Not quite chip leader. Number 2 on the leaderboard. Perfect Gwyn from Brazil still has the biggest stack, 11.1 million. But Claire is back in the top 5. And now has jacks. Opens to 320. Blinds are 81.60.
Claire, she's so fair. Or he.
And you'll notice that we are 8-handed once again. We're down to the final 3 tables, 24 remaining.
James! Jamie Koo puts it in for the 23 big blinds. A massive mistake as Claire has the chosen James and she folds! Or he folds! Oh, God, no! Oh, so many twists and turns. I can't do it.
I don't understand.
I
genuinely don't understand.
Anymore.
That was very confusing. Although, here we're going to be in a situation where a player would be right to fold jacks.
It's not a misclick, I'm telling you. They just got all those chips to get up to 9 million. Suddenly, all these chips are happening. It wasn't a misclick. It was just a fold.
Well, Andy in a great spot here to more than double up. A little bit of dead money from Krasinski. Here we go. A king and a jack on the flop, and no one outer for 4C Lover. And that is a nice pot for Andy. And jacks again, this time for Una. Yes, this is the 3rd hand in a row where we've seen pocket jacks. So we had deuces earlier on, were very much in fashion. Now we've upgraded to the ladles. And 328k is just flattered, Griffin. We go to the flop, and Madness flops the nut flush draw. Ooh.
Yeah, by all accounts, Madness probably shouldn't have even seen a flop here. Juno with an opportunity to have 3-bet get in against Andy. But having said that, James, I think the flat from Una pre-flop could have also served as a Johnny on the turn. An opportunity to catch some people shoving behind. But now we're here on this turn. And Una, a huge favorite.
And look at this. Madness leading with the flush draw. The ace no longer live, but spades would work for them. Question is, do we get to the river? How does Una respond to this bet?
I mean, you can't realistically shove, but does anyway and gets the fold. You know, I think you have the... I guess part of your brain is thinking, okay, I need to protect against those spades and straight cards. Is that a massive booger on Krasinski's thing? Am I missing that right? Or is it a fork? Sorry, I'm just trying to figure it out. The avatar?
It's a picture of a child, Griffin.
Okay, I just thought I thought it looked mucusy. I'm sorry. Madness with the kings. Pickle D says I was just picking my nose. That was creepy. I'm a straight shooter, James. If I see boogers, I'm going to point them out. Madness with the check. Not rope. Oh, the chat's great today.
So foul. So utterly foul. Hey everyone, stand by your bunks. Free roll just around the corner as we go on break. Reaching the second break of the day with 23 players remaining. Everyone now guaranteed $1,676. And it is a perfect win from Brazil, who has the chip lead right now with 10.6 million. But the people's champion, Claire 388 from Canada, playing only their second ever tournament on Stars. Second in chips, 8.8 million, already claimed $1,300 in bounty. But remember, now is the time for you to have the chance to play some poker and the chance for you to bag a seat in the 16th anniversary edition of the Sunday Million on Sunday, March 20th. The tourney is live in the client. Search for Sunday Million Anniversary, search under the free roll section, and the password you need to register is March 20, because that is the date of the Sunday Million Anniversary. So that's March, lowercase, M-A-R-C-H, figure 2, figure 0. March 20 is the password that will get you into tonight's free roll, and the top 50 will be automatically registered for the must-play MTT of the year. 10 million guaranteed Sunday Million Anniversary, $215 buy-in on Sunday, March 20th. So just to be clear, Griffin, because I was confused there, you could clearly see there was a child's face. You were asking what was on the child's face.
Yes. I was
Okay.
taken aback by not having realized that there was, a lot of mucus in the photo. It was
Right.
jarring.
Okay. It's a level of detail I hadn't spotted, and I'm not going to lie, I'm slightly annoyed that you referenced it and drew my attention to it, because now I can't unsee it. And yes, if I were watching this table in real time in the PokerStars client, I would do everything in my power to block that image, which I can do. Can I do this on this screen? No, I can't. Now I'm annoyed. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Joe, would you like anything to add?
No, I actually thought that you were talking about me at first, because I had a little thing going on right when you said that.
Oh.
And then I thought you thought that the kid's face was a booger.
That's what I
And
thought.
I was
and
like,
I'm like,
yeah.
I mean, that can't be the case, but then it is Griffin, and he does sometimes kind of, his mind concocts some random stuff.
He sees things from his own little perspective.
I think we
So
need to
guys-
focus on the artist that decided to make this their avatar. It's probably their kid thinking it's so cute, but I think it's one of those disconnects where it's like, it's your kid, you think it's cute, but to the rest of the world, we're all blocking the image and we're stuck with it on the stream.
I hear you, and I agree with you. By the way, if you are watching on Twitch, our awesome mods Raksha and Tom have posted the tourney ID for tonight's free roll. As I said, alternatively, if you open your PokerStars client, if you search Sunday Million Anniversary, if you look under free rolls, you will find it. I should mention that it does start in 7 minutes' time. It will start at 9:35 p.m. Central European Time. No late registration on this one, so you do need to register within the next 7 minutes to be in with a chance of winning one of the 50 seats in the Sunday Million Anniversary coming up next month, March 20. On screen right now, at the top of the screen, above Joe's head, March 20 is the password for tonight's free roll. Make sure you get in. 6 minutes left to register. Starts at 35 minutes past the hour, and maybe we'll drop in on the free roll a bit later on this evening during one of the breaks and see how it's going as they play down to 50, play down to the winners, who will all get free entry to that anniversary MTT. 10 million guaranteed on Sunday, March the 20th. I say it's a must-play event, Griffin. I know you don't play a ton of poker these days, but occasionally you fire up Stars on a Sunday. We might see you play that one.
Yeah, you know what? I think I might actually, now that you guys have bringing it up and broke it down so eloquently, so we all know exactly what we need to do. So I think so, yeah.
I mean, it's just what? It's just 2 big blinds in the game you usually play in now, right? So
yeah, there you go.
I mean, obviously, between now and then, you must see Commando. As I said, I will not have another conversation with you until you have watched this movie. I'm slightly concerned, though, Joe. I'm setting us up for a giant fail here. We've lost Maria because she still hasn't seen Jaws. Next week, is Griffin going to drop out at the last minute with a scratchy throat because he hasn't bothered to watch Commando?
I don't think so. I think Griffin loves a good homework assignment. It's just that they're 2 entirely different things that you send
yes, absolutely.
these
Absolutely.
people on missions for. Like, one of them is like, will definitely make their life better, and the other one, I don't know.
No. If you take Commando in the spirit in which it's intended, you can do nothing but enjoy it. It's not a cinematic masterpiece. It's cheap as chips, junk food entertainment, but it's so well done, if you know what I mean. Do you know what? I'm actually going to watch a bit of Commando now. I think it's on Disney Plus via Star. So, Joe, Griffin, talk about the Sunday Million.
Bake 'em away, toys. Hello, my babies. Welcome back. 23 players remain in this Sunday Million Bounty Builder Series Special Edition. Almost 10,400 runners down to the final few tables. King 10 of diamonds from Yeuna. Top dog as far as bounties are concerned. Madness. Madness. All in for 2.1 million.
Madness.
$880 up for grabs in bounties. I feel like this is kind of a light call off even a bounty tournament, Griff.
Yeah, I would say it's right on the line. I mean, you're looking at about 13 big blinds. King 10 suited. I mean, why not? Coming up against a lot of like King 10 stuff like that. You can sort of
live cards
on the turn. Yeah.
Yep. Drawing dead on the turn. Double up for Madness. I'm told we're up to 515 runners in the free roll. Looks like 10% of you are going to get seats at this point. But there's still a few more minutes left in registration. Al Cabano asks, what's the tournament number? That's actually the number that we use to identify each individual tournament on PokerStars. Thank you for your question. Jaimiko, ace-4 diamonds. And a Domination Nation situation. Claire defending 4-3 suited. Griff, we saw Claire fold pocket jacks before the break. Do you think that meme culture has contributed to people maybe getting away from jacks in weird situations where maybe if we hadn't made such a big deal over everyone hating jacks, if it wasn't such a meme, that maybe people would not be as afraid of them?
It's not a bad theory, to be honest. I don't know if that it would necessarily work with someone that's just plays so few tournaments, but maybe even more so because their exposure, is maybe more focused on like YouTube and that sort of thing, and seeing so many situations where jacks have been in these kind of things, and all knowing Joe Stapleton being like, oh well, there's no right way to play him, and even though you're being facetious about it, it could be something there. Oh, come
Ace
on,
King
Claire.
Suit, on the other hand, nobody...
800K, barely a pop.
Well, in this exact situation, Griffin, don't we want Madness getting a decent price?
Joe, don't you dare.
Ace King again.
Joe, I know what you're doing.
A lot of big, slick energy coming from Claire 388.
What? Did you just make that up? That's great. Or is that a thing you thought about?
I did not just make it up. I've said it many times.
Oh, the first time I heard it, I think. You probably thought I was messing with you like I heard it a lot before, but it's the first time I've heard it.
Whoa, two pair for Yeuna and a gut shot for Claire. Claire does elect to continue for half pot.
Yeuna.
30 seconds to register the free roll, my babies. Get in. Or don't, I guess, are the options. This was less dramatic than I thought. Two pair still very good. And no gut shot on the river for Claire. Two pair going to be good at showdown for Yeuna, who probably wants to take this opportunity to get some value. Free roll registration is closed. And looks like 630 runners, so not a bad field for winning one of 50 seats. A little worse than 1 in 10. Not bad at all. We've got the open
Just
shove.
all in here for 5-ish big blinds. We've seen some big incorrect folds from Claire before, and I think this might fall back into that category as well for them.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly an opportunity, maybe a chance that they would call, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a
There we
fold.
go.
So Claire does make the correct call with ace-jack, even though the fact that they have the worst hand is going to invalidate the call and make them
and a
play
hit and
probably
run.
even tighter.
I can't believe it. Double up for 4 clover.
Can you
and
even do
they
that?
cashed out. Cashing out. Going south, as noted by Patrick. That on one of the TV cash game shows where I hosted and played at the table, one of the reality stars went south during the game. Not realizing that you can't take money off the table. She was like, "Oh, I'm up 100," and then just put like $100 in her pocket.
In a tournament?
And
Or
no,
cash.
in a cash game. Yeah.
But still not what you, yeah.
No. Pocket 5 is good for now, but Claire, as Griffin noticed, sometimes takes the road most traveled, which is fold. Andy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Come on, Andy.
Ooh, and gonna be right on the line for madness here. I think ace-jack, you would just call this. But
Snap.
ace-10, but because it's a bounty, a quick
9 on the
call,
flop.
and the 9.
Spade's not a factor. Double up for Andy. Madness in pretty bad shape now. And Andy with slick suited.
You know, Joe, I know you don't like tooting your own horn too often, so I'll allow Pinkstery to do it for you here
Not
on
comfortable with
Twitch.
praise.
BTW listened to poker in the ears on the train to and from the poker tournament in Limerick. What a great way to spend the time. It changed my life. Joe, will you marry me?
Oh. Yes. Thank you, Pinkstery. Although I would have liked that better if the comment had also been a limerick.
Wow,
3-9 defense, top pair for Andy.
Pinkstery says, "Well, Griffin, you're good at reading between the lines. Did we just become best friends?" Yes, we did, Pinkstery. Nice win there for Andy. Nice results for Andy since this break. The double up with ace-9 to ace-10.
Una opening pocket 7s. And ace-10. Giving this a think. Wow, okay.
Ooh.
Raising an early
Strong,
raiser.
strong,
with
strong, strong.
Yeah. Very strong. Gets ace tray to fold in the big blind. Back over to Una, who might just decide to take a flip here.
Well, you think actually
A perceived flip?
Una,
Or a
yeah,
fold?
I think Una's going to be shoving there, hoping that their opponent has exactly what they do there, which is something like ace-10, ace-jack that's 3-bet folding. And then sometimes you get, snapped by ace-king and can be flipping, but it's just so high risk when your opponent can also have those 10s through aces, which has you dominated. I was trying to say dominated, and then I tried to make it weird, and then I kind of said germinated.
You did say germinated, yeah, which
Often
is a good thing.
Like I'm Osmosis Jones or something.
Madness with pocket 8s.
Nom 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 nom.
Okay.
I have a question, Joe. When you saw the other nominees for the best podcast,
Yeah.
did you go and sort of listen to some of them, or were you a regular listener of any of them? Would you rather not say?
No, I've always been pretty open about the fact that like I don't really consume any other poker media at all, even my own. So I've listened to little snippets of each of the shows, and they all seem pretty good to me. Much different shows than ours. And I thought that the reason why top pair here for the reason I thought we didn't have much of a shot is just I figured that those shows would appeal more to voters, just based on sort of the content, the things they cover. We're pretty unique in the sense that we don't tackle the same topics everyone else does. Obviously there's some things that are so big we have to, but we don't really get into the controversies. We don't really get into the debates. We don't get into this, like, is this good for poker or bad for poker? We more focus on our guests, and our guests are also not necessarily the biggest names in poker, right? They're folks
People like
typically
me.
that
Yeah.
sort of people like you, people that bridge the gap between celebrity and poker player. So, I wasn't sure that was going to resonate with the voting audience that much. So, and I was glad that it did. It was nice switching. It was nice to be recognized. It was nice to be recognized, and also, like I said, if when I was nominated in 2 categories, one being for broadcaster, and that award just has my name on it, even though there's like hundreds of people involved in it. So it was cool to win the one that is for the show, is for the piece of content. And that way, it's the show that won, and everyone who's involved with the show gets to share in that a little bit more than had it been just.
And also share in your failure of losing it too, So it's like responsibility wise.
That's true too. I wouldn't have thought.
Whereas
that.
everyone else, like James could have been here to take
take the L with me, but nope.
Yeah.
All right, we got the all-in from Equanimity 911, who specifically made this name, I think, to try to get me to have a hard time pronouncing it. Does anyone even know what equanimity means?
I don't know, but it's kind of a cool word, right?
It is a cool word. It's one of those words that makes you feel smart just for being able to pronounce it. We got a hand shaping up here. Ace King off under the gun for Kiter Pro.
And you have to wonder
for Casogana.
Are these 30-ish big blinds going to go in for Kiter Pro? Is Raul Neo going to play it as a 3-bet call? It is against under the gun. Now we see the shove for 6 big blinds from Gienna. And how is Raul going to react? And more importantly, if Raul plays this as a shove, does Kiter Pro call it off with 2 all-ins?
Yeah, I think having both stacks covered, you got to get it in with jacks. Queen high flop. The one live card is the
club.
Oh, but it's an ace on the river. Club. Also, Kiter Pro is going to knock out Gienna with the king high flush and double through Raul Neo, who once again proves why jacks should be folded pre-flop. Thank God Griffin was here to notice that it was a flush and not just a pair of aces.
Details are important, Joe.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no.
That's a Jack Reacher reference I thought you were going to get.
Yeah, that was one of the scenes I found him to be quite annoying, honestly.
Well, he did reference that more than one time.
Yeah.
Like when he's just
Go ahead. I've been all over the place with Reacher because every time I watch it, my girlfriend falls asleep. So, like, I pause it, and then, like, we end up watching something else when she wakes back up because I'm like, this is just going to put her to sleep again. So I'm only, like, maybe on episode 6 or 7 now.
Why don't you just watch it on your own, then?
It's complicated.
She doesn't let me use the TV without her. Well, to be fair, I only watched it. There's a couple reasons I watched it, but you were one of the main reasons. And I did finish it all. Like, I downloaded them for the plane, and actually I had a red eye back home from Vegas to Montreal, connecting through Toronto, where instead of sleeping like I should have, I just watched Jack Reacher, and I really, really, really liked it. So that was mostly because of you saying that my boy Alan Richardson was perfect as Reacher. That really sold it for me.
He's mostly very good. Yes.
Yeah.
It's not my favorite show of all time, and I think I would have liked it a little bit more only because I know the story. Nine's shipping it against the
Yeah, you
A7 of
mentioned
Equanimity.
that, yeah.
No bounty in play, so A7 can comfortably make the fold. Yeah, so like I just really liked the plot of it, of that particular novel, and you know, the way that they go about like slowly picking apart the mystery, I think is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's just
And the
unfortunately
love
one thing I
interest
don't like
is
about it.
so sweet.
Yes,
She's
and
so
and
cute. She's great.
and probably my biggest issue with it is that it just looks really really cheap. Like the lighting is kind of off and bad in some spots. It's just like the color correction is kind of weird. Other than that, I mostly like it. It looks like they spent most of the money on choreographing the fight scenes, which I'm glad they did because that's like such a huge part of the books. All right, we've got the all-in ship for 10 bigs from Raul Neo.
And
Pocket
if
five
Barack
should
can
be
find
pretty...
a fold,
Oh,
it should be a fold,
right.
but with that bounty, Joe, I mean, $2,232.
That's what I mean. I don't
two
think you
people
can
behind.
fold this.
Yeah.
And Equanimity can't put you in for any more either.
Ooh, and now Equanimities should want to call this. You're just six-handed. You know, it is half your stack here, but this ace-3 suited with those bounties, look at the hell. $84 bounty.
A pure flip with an 8 on the flop. That is going to be lights out for Raul Neo, KO'd in 19th place. Switching. Oh, pocket jacks again. This time busted flush for Claire.
Oh, Claire, no, but at least
Set
the
of
action's
jacks.
not on there.
And Claire's going to fold. Claire doesn't really get too creative in these spots, luckily.
Famous
Claire.
last words, Joe.
Okay, Claire. Pingstery out of the free roll. Congratulations. Got a raise here from Krasinski's
Yikes.
not nosed child. And a flush draw flop for Andy. Pair of sevens as well. And Krasinski's C-bet is called by Andy, clearly. Board pairs. King now. Oh, Roy Rees must be so mad. Roy just must be like, oh,
Just
one
so
time.
mad.
One time I don't play King 6. Brick for Andy. I know it well. Griffin, do you know that I haven't made a flush draw in like 6 months? Have you ever seen anything like that? I think I've missed my last 40 flushes in a row.
I thought it was like 9 months.
Something like that. I mean, look, it's a little misleading because it's not like I play every day, right? So it's not like I'm a daily player. But I think I probably missed the last 40 flush draws that I've had. I'll walk with ace queen for Yauna.
Yauna.
And we've got Andy raising out of a 6 million chip stack.
1.3 million. Call also plays, okay?
Pretty good odds there for 9-5, and a wise fold as the flop comes ace high. Ace 9-6, 2 clubs.
Ooh,
3 clubs now.
Not
Flush draw for Andy.
Ooh, not flash.
Andy bets 3/4 of the pot.
Very polarizing bet, making it this big. Really hoping your opponent has some sort of hand that has a club in it. Juna pretty low in their range here. Flatting the small blind here. Gonna have some hands like, maybe even pocket fives with a club that would maybe call. So just an ace.
Nice
not
one, Andy.
Good enough.
Big old pot going Andy's way. Una down to 9.2 million. What is that on the leaderboard at this point?
Roy Reese here. 13 big blinds. Could play this as a shove, but sometimes you got to worry that with this bounty situation, you just get snapped off by something like ace-7. Might just want to take a flop with such a beautiful hand.
I've shoved Jack 10 many
here.
times in my life while being relatively short in tournaments, and I don't think any time I've ever been happy with the result.
Well, Roy Reese is going to fight against that feeling. Because certainly Una can't call with the queen-8 off. Right, Joe?
How much is the bounty? 928? Yeah, it seems a little too much for queen-8.
Right, Rick? Right, Melissa?
Now, Griffin.
Just eat the receipt.
Let's talk severance for a second.
Okay.
I did not know what severance was at all going into it, so I actually found that the plot of it being revealed in the pilot was rather interesting. So all I was trying to do is trying to get you to not share that. I get that it's in the trailer. I get that it's like the plot of the show, but I do think it's kind of interesting if you don't know what it is and you don't know.
I agree. I think you should watch it
at the same time as the lead character.
I think you should watch it with your girlfriend and not say what I said, and then she can enjoy that empty slate you so much crave.
We did watch it. We watched it together.
Oh, you did watch it. So you were just saying in the thing there, don't spoil it for everyone else. Because you wanted everyone else to go in blind?
Yes.
Okay.
If they chose to do so.
Right.
Because I do think that the scene where Helly is trying to run away and comes back is like pretty jarring if you don't know what the hook of the show is. And then when you find out, and you're like, oh.
Yeah. Have you seen the second episode?
We just finished the second episode last night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, maybe we didn't quite
really
finish it. Like 3/4 of the way through the second episode.
But you see in the second episode that from her perspective, it's just great. The two different perspectives.
Yes.
Very cool.
All right. Jamie Coe.
Roy Reese.
Opening Queen Jack. Roy Reese, that's right, with the 2 10s. And fewer than 20 bigs to start the hand.
It's pretty simple here,
flat.
Roy Reese. We kill the Batman. This is why you get it in. You gonna go see the Batman this weekend, Joe?
In. I might see the Batman. I was waiting for a friend to go see Jackass Forever, so I might end up seeing Jackass Forever instead of the Batman, or maybe both, because my girlfriend is actually leaving the house without me for the first time in a really long time this weekend. So I got the sky's the limit for me. I might play video games. I got Dying Light 2.
Oh, buddy. I didn't know you were a Dying Light fan. I'm a big Dying Light guy.
Loved Dying Light.
One of my faves.
Loved
dude, it's the best. How have we not talked about this before? That's so fun.
I do not know. Well, it's old, right? I mean, the original Dying Light's, 4 or 5 years old, so.
It's not that old. I mean, no, it is. It's probably even older than what you just said, but I'm saying it's not an old game. Like, we've, talked about our favorite games and stuff from time to time. It's a pretty crazy release month, though.
Oh,
that's like
yes, dude. Elder Ring comes out. Thank you, Filthy Silver. Elder Ring comes out on Friday, I believe. No,
Elden Ring came out this past Friday.
It came out Friday.
And it's been all ablaze. Yeah, it was. It's one of the highest rated games of all time. It's like 97% on Metacritic.
So I don't know. There's just too much stuff to do. I got to finish
Then there's
out Righteous
Horizon
Gemstones.
Horizon Zero Dawn 2 too.
The new Horizon game's been out a couple of weeks. I know this is going to sound.
Too.
What's Sifu?
Oh, Sifu's badass. Sifu's like a kung fu revenge game.
Oh,
Beat 'em
cool.
up.
Tens
Yeah, it's really cool.
paying off a little bit there. Roy played it cautiously. Ended up losing a little bit more than had they just ripped it, I think. Maybe Queen Jack calls it off. I don't know.
You were about to
So-
talk
so
disparagingly about Horizon.
Not really. I was about to talk. I know it's going to sound contradictory considering I'm a Dying Light fan. I don't like open world games that much. I wish there were a version all in here for Krasinski. Andy with the 2 5s is going to call. Yuna likely to get out of the way with Jack 7. Krasinski's $789 bounty on the line. Pure flip here.
Ooh,
Fives
nice
holding.
start. Oh,
Ace on the turn, though, and on the river. Krasinski doubles up. I wish that you could choose. You know how you can choose to choose the difficulty of a game and make it a little easier? I wish that you could make a game a little more on rails. Not quite Dragon's Lair. Not quite as much on rail as Dragon's Lair. Oh, my God, that game is so brutal. Yeah, I'm getting old. I used to love open world games. I don't have time for them now. Exactly, Optimus Clang.
I'm feeling the same way. Yeah.
A little more direction as to what to do. I don't want to play a game for 100 hours. I want to play a game for maybe 20 hours.
Yeah. I will
3
say,
hearts on this
just
flop.
because I
Roy Reese doubles
really
up. Queen of the
was
River.
big Queen on the River for Roy, is that I was a really big. I mean, Dying Light 2 is one of my most anticipated games. I will say, maybe try to stay on the rails on that one because I think I got a little burnout personally from doing too many of the side missions, and now I've been distracted by all these other games. I don't know when and if I'm even going to get back to it. And I mean, I don't think you'll consider this a spoiler, and I'm going to take a risk. They don't introduce the grappling hook nearly. I haven't even gotten it yet, and I've played 20 hours. So I would say move as quickly as you can through the main story, I think, to get to the heart of the, when you really get to the awesome gameplay, which I don't even know if I'll get to, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's what ends up happening. I bought Far Cry 6, and I played the first couple hours, and it was kind of fun, and then I got sort of confused as to where I was supposed to be going, or if I was attacking a base that was too difficult, and then I got kind of tired of it, and I brought it back to get Dying Light. I just traded it in. I played it for maybe 3 or 4 hours.
You traded it in for the original Dying Light? Or?
No, for Dying Light 2. Yeah, the only reason now I go to the store to buy games, one is because I like it. I just like walking in, looking around and holding it in my hand. But now I just go bring them back, even if it's just $5 they give me for it. At least it's $5 off my next game.
Yeah, that's great. You're cute. Yeah, because we're never going to play any of these games again. I should do the same thing.
No,
kidding.
I'll never go back to it. Yeah, occasionally I'll love a game so much that I'll keep it. I kept the last Uncharted. I really liked Uncharted, so I kept that one. Not the most recent God of War, but the one before that, I ended up keeping that one.
God of War 3?
God of War 3 I liked a lot, yes. But the one that was just the newest one where you just have an axe instead of his... I hated that. That is open world. It was...
Yeah.
I loved it. I didn't like it that much, and then I got into it, and then when it was now there's this whole underworld to explore, I was I can't. I just don't want to drive this boat around forever looking for all the treasure. I'm good.
Freaking
Thank
Valkyries.
you. GG. Yeah, just ugh. Still at 18 players.
Yeah, and Claire's still in it. Really been the story of this Sunday Million here. If you're just joining us or don't know the story of Claire 388, second MTT ever, I think. Well, or at least has one cash, as I understand.
On PokerStars, second MTT. Yeah.
On PokerStars, and has been playing, bouncing around from different strategies. Maybe some over folds, a couple of way too cautious folds, But some interesting plays, some nice suckouts. So been a lot of fun to watch the, what at least we perceive as the amateur go for gold here in the Sunday Million. Just 18 left now, so really in it.
5, 5, 7, ace. Nobody with any piece of this.
But it's going to be interesting here if Una decides to fire a second barrel here. This did play as a bet on the flop for Una with that gut shot. A nice king-high call from Jamie Kuko, but then the fold on the turn made a believer.
Well played. King Jack suited, kicking things off for Claire. Ace Queen for Una.
I think I like it. This just played as a shove here, Joe. Every one of the stacks here is between 15 and 17 big blinds. Let's just keep it simple here and get some folds.
There it is. King 10 suited now for Una.
You know what to do.
Krasinski with Queen 9. Fairly common hand to defend with. One I can never remember ever actually winning a pot with, but apparently you're supposed to defend. Jack high flop.
Good spot to just fire out a small continuation bet. Doesn't even need to be that big for Una. But that should do it. Unless
It does do it.
Snot Girl has a raise. Does not.
All right, Larch, still in the free roll, says, I got the Doyle Brunson chip in a chair, wish me luck. This is a commonly misquoted phrase attributed to Doyle Brunson.
Yeah, didn't
A lot of
you
people think
start
it was
this,
Doyle.
that quote?
Yes, I was the person that said all it takes is a chip in a chair. A lot of people think it was Doyle Brunson. It was actually me in 2014. It's okay. I don't really mind, but I do. I just like to correct misinformation where I see it. That's all.
This is like one of those Mandela effects. By the way, I thought your response to my Mandela effect share was a bit rude. You said that the girl was an idiot. I thought it was kind of interesting that there was apparently no evidence of bucket list.
There shouldn't be, because it didn't exist until the movie. That girl's an idiot. It did not exist until the movie. There was a movie called The Bucket List. Everyone started saying The Bucket List.
Yeah, but there was never a thing before the movie, and that should be surprising. That's surprising to me. That movie came out 10 years ago. No one said bucket list before 10 years ago. Come on.
Yeah, it was invented by the movie. That's not that hard to understand. I wasn't sure if you were sending it to me because you believed in it, or you also thought she was an idiot. We've got some aces.
Some Alan Arkins.
388. The old AA, and a chance to snap off a bounty for Claire. Alan Arkin was not in the bucket list.
A couple of Canadians for Claire.
AA.
Why are they a couple of... Yeah, he got it.
Safe flop. Dead on the turn.
Bye. Oh, I'm sorry. Did Claire bust you? Sorry. Hero's journey, pal.
Another knockout.
You're a stepping stone, okay, on the narrative of PokerStars Sunday Million. February 28th. Wasn't your day,
Claire.
Roy?
Up to $1,100 in bounties. Andy. All in. Jamie go. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Filling those seats. We're down to 2. We're down to 2 tables, my babies.
We are.
Final 16. What's everybody make now? So 16th makes $1,600. 15th makes $2,300. You know what? Let's go split screen. Let's do Griffin. You want the right or the left?
I'll take the right.
Okay. Action on
On a blind
17,
here.
8,
Great
10
shot.
offsuit.
Opportunity
Looks like
for
most of the action's probably
Emily
going to come
Blunt's
here
boyfriend,
from Kite
John
Pro with
Krasinski.
Ace-King offsuit.
shove. Does get
And
it
yes,
through.
We've got a
Nice
raise
hand.
there from Kite Pro over to the small blind now. Vigilante still alive and kicking. Ace Queen in the big blind. Could be a ship here. There's the shove. Kite Pro calls. Domination Nation. Queen high flop. Double up for the name. That's two. Lumbago. Lumbago. That's a long name. I have to expand the screen. Lumbago forever.
It's not fair. You had such a better hand than me.
If we didn't have the split screen, we wouldn't have got that other hand, Griffin. So good job handling the right.
You're right.
And a pre-flop win for Claire.
Gosolgana had a goal going into this day too and said to themselves, I want to see if I can not eliminate anyone and have the smallest bounty possible. Just an embarrassingly pitiful bounty number, $84.38. I mean, look how small it is. Look how tiny it is. I'm surprised the person
Andy
even
almost
called with their
doesn't
ace queen.
Want to call, and that's
Didn't
it for
even-
Gosolgana.
Yeah.
Probably not shocked to be eliminated at this
Yeah.
point.
Don't
Enjoy that
drop
$80,
your loose
Andy.
change on your way out, Andy. Yeah.
Barack going to open from late position with the Queen 7 of clubs. Youna. Ace 10, same suit. One club on the flop.
I like this Baraka Freet. I don't know what Barak necessarily means, but I know Freet is like French for French fry. And I don't know, I feel like French fry is not something you would make a screen name about, you know? It's like widely popular, like everyone likes it. You don't need to bring attention to, but it just does it anyway. It's like I like chips, you know? Oh, Queen on the turn.
Wow,
Whew,
just
bailed me off
drills
of
the
that
Queen.
nonsense fry talk.
Just a little.
And just slams the Queen on the turn. Dan Demand 615 says Baraka is in Mortal Kombat, so maybe it's a Mortal Kombat French fry reference. Ooh, frite is French for fry. French fry. Oh, that's deep.
Is it does Baraka have a friendship fatality where he gives someone French fries?
A friendship where he gives them friend fries? Oh my god, that's
So that-
amazingly good.
So they do, but that's like a fatality, right? You can do nice ones in one of the versions of Mortal Kombat.
Can you?
Yeah, Mortal Kombat 2, I know for a fact there's like friendship fatalities where you like give someone like paint a
Nice.
rainbow or give them a balloon. But I like it when they go the whole way here. Like he's got French fries or they've got French fries in the photo too, which is good. Maybe the French version of Aqua Teen Hunger Force. The fries are called Barack. Barack is where they sell fries in Belgium. There we go. We're getting to the bottom of it.
Pretty sure it's pretty sure it's the Mortal Kombat person. Pims Kooks, thank you for your question.
Yeah,
Your man.
let's not get
Not
logic
complicate
into this.
things. Like we have this great friend chip theory, you know. Very strong work.
Krasinski gets that through. Queens now for everyone's favorite French fry aficionado.
From the game Mortal Kombat. Blinds are up to 300K. Not a lot of chips to play with for a lot of these players. You look at Krasinski, you look at Equanimity, you look at Jamie Koo, all in that danger zone or near it.
The dangerous zone.
The dangerous-ish zone.
Okay, here's a Mandela effect for you, Griffin.
Okay. Give it to me
I'm
straight.
seeing on my Twitter timeline here, rest in peace, Brian Dennehy.
Okay.
Do you think that Brian Dennehy died today or that he died a long time ago?
Who's Brian Denny?
He played Chris Farley's father in Tommy Boy. He was also in FX, The Art of Illusion.
I think I know who you're talking about, but Denny. Oh yeah, this guy. So people are saying that he just died today. Why does the internet say he died?
Just one person on my Twitter timeline is just the sheriff in Rambo. That's right, Filthy Silver.
Oh, you know
Is it
what's
just
so
a
funny
random-
that I didn't?
Yes.
You know what's so funny, Joe? We were all focused on Commando. Well, I guess actually the connection is only because the names are kind of similar and the plot probably a little bit better. I've never seen
Commando
Rambo.
and Rambo.
I've never seen Rambo.
Well, the original Rambo isn't at all what you would think it is, based on what the sequels are like.
Yeah, it's like some sort of PTSD situation where they come after him or whatever, right? I don't know enough about
He's
it.
He's like a lunatic soldier, like in the woods in America, who thinks he's still in the war. And Brian Dennehy is the police officer who's trying to track him down.
Okay, and he was the father in Tommy Boy.
Tommy Boy, yes. Tommy Sr. Oh, he played in
Platino
Alien
921 Griffin is a former pro CS player. Did you watch yesterday's CSGO Grand Final, or are you not following the scene anymore? I do not follow the scene anymore. Thank you for your question. I'm sure if I was a regular viewer, as all sports, you know, when you're into a sport, you're into it. But I am not into that. As Barack attacks
following up, on the pre-flop
this relatively
raise.
dry board. And listen, Joe, there's not a lot of cards that you might want to bet and rep and get your opponent off a 5 or a 3 or something like pocket 6s or 7s or 8s. Then a king on the turn. Does Barack have a bullet in the chamber?
Wow, that is a sizable bet.
Bang! That is a serious bet.
And the flush draw comes in. One of the best case scenarios for Una in this spot would usually be being up against a flush draw. 5.8 million in the middle.
Draws continue on the turn, stuff like ace 4 of hearts, ace 2 of hearts. He goes for it. He puts it on.
Goes for it. Snapped off by Una, who doubles up for a huge pot.
Does not
Heart
believe.
of steel. And Una jumps up into second place by a very narrow margin, by the way. What a call by Una.
Snarp call.
A freet.
I don't buy it.
With 10 high. Man, oh man, I don't think I have not made a call like that in a very long time. I'll say that much. It's been a real long time since I've called worse than top pair.
You gotta make top pair first to be able to make calls like that. We all know how badly you are.
Yeah, that is true. King Jack now for Brock. Maybe just sit this one out. Nope. Okay.
I hope Claire sits this one out, because it's not a time to be set mining.
What about set mining?
Oh, Claire. You are so fair.
No set mining either? Okay.
I see the 3s, I say, how dare. Is this a limerick?
Ace-Jack just calls 9 high flop, 2 hearts, and
Technically,
threes. Yeah. He's bet $1 million and take it down. How's that for protecting your hand, huh?
Oh no, Claire's got the jacks. Oh, Juna. Okay, a couple different ways it's gonna go. If Juna flats,
call?
Krasinski goes all in. Claire might just fold again.
Boy. Boy.
Claire, you better not fold this. Claire, I'm not saying I know where you live, but I do have a general vicinity. Oh, God, you can't do this to me anymore. They can't keep getting away with this.
You said it would be a bad time to set mine, Griffin. Ace-10 makes the call. Domination Nation, Queen-Eye flop. Una can make a straight. Does not make a straight. What a great fold by Jacks, Griffin. Right?
Yeah, it was a good fold. You're right. There's no right way to play him. Shout out to Ernie EUW getting the reference. It's one of the best gifts you can use in your chatter on the internet if you're a GIF user. It's a good one.
All but all in for Jaimiko. And gets it through. Big blind is 300K, and we have got pocket aces for Barack Afrit. Hamiko actually might shove these fours. Nope. Okay. Decides to get out of the way. Barack.
Allen and Arkin. How could he be sweeter?
Shoves all in. Andy
it's just
does have
11 big
Barack
blinds.
covered.
Not a big bounty. Such a strong range in the small. I probably would have just called King Queen suited, but Andy makes the correct fold based off what Barack had. Yeah, as also remarked in the chat by Sicker Dan Average, cannot fold with bounties.
What about Ding Dong Kenny, who says bounties don't matter that much at this point?
And Dirty Deeds, who said you can fold. They did. Why do we even bother? Everyone on the chat, they create the interesting conflict and the divergent opinions.
Yeah, we're just here to read their messages.
Yeah, pretty much. That is the one note I get at the end of every show. Read more of Twitch. They know better than you. Una. You know better than to call with King 5. Eventually, the Una joke is going to die. Equanimity.
Is that a limerick?
11 big blinds. I would love to just see an open shove here. You have so much. It's like dangling a carrot. You know, it's like, hey guys, look at my bounty. It's almost $3,000. You know, if you min raise, it looks kind of suspicious, but this is an effective shove by putting half in the stack and not only getting it in good, but with the folded ace. So Andy gonna need a backdoor wheel or the ace on the turn. Oh, Barry came home early to roost, eliminating a massive bounty. Ooh.
Now relegated back to anonymity. Out in 15th place. Just $2,300 in advertised paths, but almost 6,000 in bounties. So that's cool.
And most importantly,
remember how bounties
Claire
don't matter
wants
that much at this
poker.
point? Remember that? Remember that, Griff? How
Yeah.
bounties
Remember
don't
that
really
comment?
matter
Yeah,
at
do
this
you remember
point?
who said that again? Was it?
Where
Do
is
we have
that? Who is
logs
that?
here?
I
Do
gotta-
we have
they gotta get banned.
receipts? Oh, they don't matter. Yeah, does it matter when the guy going in for 3,000? Madness 100,000. All in. Two folds. Next hand.
Why 100,000?
No, because I was gonna say 100, and then I thought it was one more zero. I just made a mistake, Joe.
Okay, sorry. I just want to be on board. Okay.
Apple juice for perfect Gweem of the strawberry variety.
Strawberry apple juice. Sounds gross.
Strawberry apple juice. That's nice, actually. I like that.
Lumbago forever. Defends with Queen 9. And as I said, I don't think I've ever seen a situation where it really flopped very well. So there you go. Practically drawing dead on this ace-high flop. In Train Sick asking, when is EPT coming back? EPT Prague in just a couple of weeks, my babies. EPT's back once again.
Soda pops. Dad's coming back
Soda
from the
pops.
store with a couple of Coca-Colas. Never had soda pops for aces? It's a thing.
No. Nope.
Can we start a poll on Twitch? Is Griffin making up soda pops, or is that actually something he thinks is a thing? Oh, Diggler's in trouble. I will say Diggler's a very strong player and has 25 big blinds. Is going to shove sometimes here. Oh, no, Diggler! You done digged your own done grave, man.
Diggler.
Quinn!
Dead.
Ugh.
Eliminated. Diggler out in 14th.
13th.
Wait, does that mean?
No,
Oh, it looks like we lost Barack at the same time at the other table. So we're down to 12 now.
I really was hoping we'd get Brock for
boy.
another term.
And that's a pay jump for everyone else.
All right, no, we're
Up
not.
to $3,300 now.
Perfect Lime.
Nice.
A spot I think it's very okay to shove here for about 8 big blinds, but gonna run right into it with the ace-8. But what's gonna happen on the flop? Oh my god,
Up and
open
down.
ended straight draw. 3, 6, 7, 8. No dice. Double up for Sal Pyden.
Open enders always get you a pair. And in this case, trips.
Yeah.
So yeah, double up for Slopadine. Perfect Gweem. Third on the leaderboard for right now. Queen 4 against Queen Deuce. 2 diamonds on the flop. Well, a diamond for Gweem, but it ain't a good one. No real pair or draw for either player. Gweem gets it done. Gwim. Guum. Gum. Dweem.
Yeah, it was
Dwim.
pretty interesting raise with that Queen Deuce. Just sort of raised it on a Gwem.
The Gwim Reaper. Raising 4-5. Suited. Beano. Do you know there's a product in America called Beano? Do you know what it is?
What?
You take it so that you don't fart as much. It's
Oh, yeah?
supposed to keep you from being gassy. It's called Beano.
Quite familiar with the product. This is going to be a flip, you guys. Madness from Pokar with the ace-9 on the button. A classic race, really, with these 8 big blinds. Vigilante, who I have a feeling maybe wanted to spell their name correctly, but it was taken. Just threw the I on there. Oh, Bounty Man!
Ooh.
Bino DGAF!
Isolates and makes trips deuces on the turn. Madness eliminated. Oh, my goodness. Madness as in crazy. Madness as in anger. Because that was a bad beat. We head to the next break at 11 players. Bino in the top spot, gassing their way all the way to 20 million in chips. Claire in second, Perfect Gleam in third, Yauna in fourth. And let's see what James has been up to.
Yeah, James.
I watched the full 55 minutes of the movie Commando, which never gets tired, and I know Griffin's going to have this experience after tonight's stream. Obviously, I was keeping one eye on what was going on there, and guys, this is perfect. I mean, look, we have a huge fun following this tournament every single week. But just to put things into perspective, you got the chip leader from the UK who's watching the stream as they are playing and joining in the chat on Twitch. You've got the player who is not that far behind in second place, playing in only their second ever tournament on Stars. And okay, they betrayed some of their inexperience in some of the decisions they made this evening, but I don't care. They've got nearly 20 million chips. They've won nearly $3,000 in bounties, and they could potentially win their first ever online cash tonight of, what is it, 59K for the winner, plus the head prize is claimed. It's pretty exciting stuff. So I'm very, very excited to see how this plays out. Now, Joe, just a moment ago, you were referring to Prague. People asking, when is the EPT back? When are we streaming again?
Yes.
And I did find it weird, and I was reflecting on this yesterday, that the last EPT we were at was Prague, and of course none of us would have known as we left the Czech Republic in December 2019, that the next time we'd be covering an EPT would be the same place more than 2 years later. But having gone that long without a stream, Griffin Benger, can you explain how you've somehow managed to book a holiday for the first EPT in forever?
You're going to bring this up on the air? Things have been quite fluid with some of the dates. Like Prague was supposed to originally be December, then things got moved around. I was never informed about dates in March that I needed to put aside for EPT Prague. I remember there was maybe
That's
rumblings
plausible.
about Prague, this and that, but it was never something I was asked to be here for the Sunday Million for March 7th, but never for that week next weekend. So I think it was just a bit of a assuming I knew. Maybe it's something that's on the PokerStars site. Maybe it's in the client when you open it up.
Expectation that we now own you. And basically, when we say jump, you say how high, not I can't jump right now.
But you know what? It's also owed to the fact that I just haven't gone anywhere with my girlfriend in so long.
I hear you.
This thing came up in St. Martin, and I feel very terrible. I really would like to be there for the whole thing. Hopefully, I can get in for the last 2 days though, because I'll be back on the. That
is very much the plan. So Joe, myself, Nick Walsh, we're all going to be in Prague. Griffin, hopefully you can join us via the miracles of modern technology for the last couple of days. And, of course, those are the most exciting days, the business end of an EPT main event, playing down to the final table playing down to a champion. Hopefully Maria will also be able to join us on stream. The time difference, I appreciate, doesn't always work particularly well when you're on the west coast of the USA, but hopefully we can get a couple of hours out of Maria on most days. We will be getting back into the saddle, and we've referenced this a few times, Joe. We've covered a lot of poker in the last 2 years. Most of that has been online poker, but by doing those retro streams, and it was calling the action over old poker, we kind of kept our hand in, right, at covering the live game?
Yeah, I'm going to assume the answer you want here is yes. I mean, we at least got to cover some faces and see some people's reactions and look at actual human beings. But I feel like it's been a while even since that, right? When was the last EPT retro stream we did? Was at least 6 months ago, if not more?
Yeah, I think it was last
closing
spring.
On a year, probably?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, it's going to be it's an exciting experience. There's an amount of trepidation about it as well. But yes, just to clarify, guys, 12th of March is when we kick off 5 days of live streaming from EPT Prague. And just to be clear, this is the Prague that was delayed from December 2021. Griffin just alluded to that. Griffin, you have earned yourself a break. Take 55 minutes. We will see you back here shortly. How long is it going to take for these guys to get down to the final table? 11 players remain right now. A table of 6, a table of 5, and we come back to table Claire, table Una.
Yeah, we saw some pretty fun action right before the last break. Obviously, we're on the soft bubble now. Oh, it's an 8 max, but the final table is still 9-handed. Right?
Correct.
That's right.
Jamie all in with Jack 10, and if Krasinski calls, Domination Nation will be in effect. And here we go. Jamie Coe has a straight draw now, but doesn't hit, and Jamie is eliminated in 11th place. That is going to take us down to 10, Joe. 2 tables of 5, and we are going to go hand for hand.
H for H, baby.
Krasinski with 5s on the button. Andy 123460 is the single biggest bounty available right now, worth more than $2,780. And back to the chip leaders table. That is Obino.
This could be the final table made right here. Vigilante really should be shoving this ace tray.
I didn't see how short Vigilante was. You're right, Joe. Gets it all in with ace 3. Crushed by Lombardo with ace queen. All the 8s. No 3. That's it. 1 hand of hand-for-hand play. And we have our final table. And we are down to 9. Congratulations to these 9 players for making the FT of this Bounty Builder Series edition of the Sunday Million. All now guaranteed more than 4.5K, plus the bounty they've earned over the last 24 hours. Wow, I asked the question, how long would it take to get down to the final table? The answer has been delivered. 2 minutes? A minute and a half?
It couldn't have, I mean, if you're counting number of hands, it couldn't have been any less.
It's true. I mean, it could have been simultaneously, right? It could have been the first hand back, a player eliminated at each table.
You know, right before the break, we got this big backhanded compliment that was going to get somebody banned. Who said that you and I have really improved over the years. And I can't possibly take it as a compliment.
Hey, look, I'm all for the ban hammer being brought out. We have got aces and kings against a pair of queens. It's Kitapro versus Bino.
I tell you, the old me definitely wouldn't have let that comment go. Luckily, I've improved.
Kitapro, Kitapro, however you want to say it, playing from Argentina. Bets 1.7 million on the river. So the shortest stack is Solpadine. They do not have the max. 4.3 million with the blinds at 175,350.
Oh, I missed that good over-the-counter stuff you can get in England.
Oh, yeah, baby. Andy, opening with ace-queen. Ace-9 for Solpadine.
They do ask you a couple questions, though, just to make sure you're actually sick. You have to give them the right answers before they'll give it to you.
And we've got 9s opening here. K-Marcel, it's a fair question. What time do these Sunday Millions start? Do they play for like 24 hours straight, or is there a break at night? It's not like the Le Mans. There is a break, so they play roughly 9 hours on day 1 into the early hours of Sunday morning, and then there is a break, and it restarts at 7:05 Central European time. So the idea is if you've got to go to work the next day, you can come home in the evening and play it out. Yeah, and well observed, Cajun. Claire playing their second MTT reaches the final table of the Sunday Million. Wow. Actually, Claire's first MTT, because the other tournament we referred to earlier on was a sit and go. Although some sit and goes can be multi-table, right? I instinctively think of a sit and go as being a single table tournament, but
yeah.
no, you can have like 18-player sit and goes, 36-player sit and goes. Oh, thank you, Stat Trick. 6 of 9. So no, it was a one-table event. Confirmed.
It was an STT.
STT. Sorry, early hours of Monday morning. It does not start Saturday night. It starts on Sunday night. So it's at 7:05 p.m. Central European Time. Actually, it's the top of the hour, isn't it, the Sunday Million? This one's slightly different because it's a Bounty Builder Series edition, but normally it'd be top of the hour. So 6 p.m. UK, 7 p.m. UK, Central Europe.
That seems like a little bit of Hollywooding here.
Yeah.
There we go. Well played by Andy. Protect those 9s.
I mean, talking to the guys who've been at Stars for many, many years, it was a while, and I can't remember the exact date, that you couldn't have breaks in MTTs. And it reached the point, obviously, as the site became bigger and with the major tournament series like WCOOP, the fact that the fields were getting so big that these things were running ridiculously long, we were getting, you know, events that were almost lasting a full day. And, of course, the software was then fixed, developed to ensure that you could actually have breaks. And just as you do at a live event, you play a tournament over a number of days.
Well, what a hand for the chip leader.
Absolutely. And do you think
Will
Bino gets action from ace-5 or ace-3 here?
That's exactly what I was thinking. I think no.
Got a nice question from Philippa the Pirate. Do you know where it'll be next free roll with 50 seats added?
PokerStars, thank you for your question.
It was earlier. You missed it.
Okay, a little action. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
That free roll will be offering booty.
The new New Zealand pirate show premieres pretty soon on HBO Max here. Taika Waititi and
Right.
Murray.
Unfortunately, when I think of pirates, I think of that awful museum in the Bahamas.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, boy. Hearts on hearts on hearts. We see a couple hearts have been folded. Of course, blockers aren't real. 22% against aces on the turn here. Not terrible. But 7 can't be like a really happy card for you facing the big blind after having been called on the flop.
It's getting pricey. How do you feel about chasing a flush on a paired board? Now a double paired board. Ace is good.
Man, oh man.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
9 high checks. Checking behind with aces here. Something that us mortals do all the time. Wow, overbets. Really wants a call from the 9. Maybe thinks that there's, I mean, I don't think that they can ever really have better than a 9 here unless you're beat, right? Unless they have like 8-7 or something. Probably jacks and 10s and stuff. Maybe a little bit more money goes in pre-flop.
Over betting pots with the aces, you know. Oh, Beano.
Is that a real
on a Monday
that a
night?
thing
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
it is Dexy's Midnight Runners. Andy opening with King 10, called by the 7-6 of spades of Kitter Pro, and there are 2 spades on the flop. Open-ended straight draw for Andy.
More draws than the World Cup.
Andy, one of 2 Canadians at this final table, the other being Claire 388.
That's a draw.
Hello, flush. So Andy now with the straight draw and a draw to a better flush, but Kitter Pro is better than a 4-1 favorite.
Ooh, I forgot about that other flush draw.
Doesn't come in.
Okay, Pro not going to give Andy the chance to check back or bluff at this.
You know, Jack 9 of spades folds. Queen Jack for Andy. And now round to Claire with ace deuce. Do it. Yes. 700,000. Queen 5 suited in the small blind.
Four or 5 off feels like you can just let it go.
I would concur with this analysis. In the same way that I don't necessarily want Claire to succeed at the expense of anyone else. I want Krasinski to go out so I can stop looking at Avatar. Not that I actually want anything nasty to happen to Krasinski or want them to actually bust from the tournament. It's just purely based on the fact that I won't have to look at that picture anymore.
Yeah. You know I'm a big photo blocker.
Yeah, and that's Beano's thing, Avatar, is the same as the character that Magin had, right? This is that show that we'd never heard of.
Is it really?
Yeah, I think Beano said earlier on that he also had the same Dubry. Yes, the Big Les show, that's it, thank you. Oh, it's the same show but different character.
Right. All right, leave the jokes to us, Jay Chung Chung. It's pretty good, though.
Andy now with ace queen suited, opening to 717,500. And the blinds
Here
are
we
up,
go.
200,000, 400,000.
That's what we need. A little pump up of the blinds. Get these people, get these short stacks moving again.
Get these chippies in the middle as J. Joker BR who clearly has a vested interest in the answer to this question. How many Brazilians on the final table? We've got king high against a flush draw here, and there are, looks at the flags, 2 Brazilians on this final table. Krasinski with the disgusting avatar, and perfect whim.
Used to be you could guess what part of the world all the skis were from, but now Brazil in the mix. It's anybody's guess. Yuna gets there.
Indeed.
Blue raspberry.
And a straight draw for Gwym.
Yeah, that was the right tone. Just straight draw you don't even really want to hit.
Great Bluff says if Claire wins, you need to have them on your podcast and figure out the 2-game story. We're certainly up for inviting Claire onto the show. You might or might not be surprised here. Not everyone necessarily wants to reveal their true identity. Not everyone wants to appear on a podcast, but the invitation would certainly be opened. And to answer Yellow Hannah's question, I'm drinking Earl Grey tea, and yes, this is RoboCup, making his regular Monday night appearance on the stream.
There's no caffeine.
Thank you for your cooperation. Right? Good night.
Thank you for your cooperation. Yeah, everyone.
It is decaffeinated Earl Grey, if that's what the question you were asking, Joe. Yes, I can't.
It was.
I literally cannot drink caffeine after 5 o'clock in the evening, or I cannot sleep.
So we've hit the brakes a little bit here, and we go through something like this every week. Sometimes we don't hit the brakes as hard at the final table, depending on how long the final table bubble takes, how long it takes us to get to the final table. But despite the fact that it's a bounty tournament where we see folks shipping it in a little bit lighter and calling off a little bit lighter, everyone's waiting for this moment. Sapadin and Yuna and Krasinski to sort of either get knocked out or get lower before.
And I think this is going to be a double up. Yep, Solpadine survives. Now playing 7.2 million, and that means Krasinski is now the shortest stack at this 9-handed final table. However, setup alert, ace-queen versus ace-king.
Uh-oh. Yeah, this is a bad spot here. Bino yelling punt. I don't know if it was a punt. It's a bounty tournament. What are you going to do? You got a chance to knock out our short stack? Unless you're calling this a punt, in which...
Bounty. Come get some.
Interesting flat by Claire.
Yeah. I guess exercising a little bit of caution because of the money jumps and the short stacks.
See, I'm not a very good player, right? And so what I like to do in that spot is to actually just get all the chips in pre-flop, so now I can't make any mistakes post-flop.
Yeah.
Official Jacob West says trappy flat. It's all great. It's all well and good to try to trap with ace-king, right? Until the flop comes jack-10. And then you're like, well, now what?
And I think you raise a really good point, Joe. Which is the greatest bit of advice you can give an inexperienced player, especially if they're coming up against opponents who are likely to have more experience and potentially be more accomplished than they are, is put the variance into the game. Variance is your friend.
Yeah. And looks
Claire
like
is going to take that one down, and Claire's going to take the chip lead.
Heck yeah, Claire. Yeah, so the whole I have ace king suited, I'm gonna flat and trap, it's just great, except now you gotta rely on the board to make you a hand that you can continue with. If Yuna had gone crazy there, Claire would have folded.
And I think that there'll be some players who are quite comfortable just flatting in that spot and being able to play through the streets. out of position against someone who potentially has a lot more experience and is arguably better than you are, not so ideal.
Yeah.
And yes, Blumance, in a situation where you are the underdog in terms of your skill level, variance is absolutely the thing you've got going for you. If you try and play small pot poker through the streets, you are likely to get eaten alive.
Especially because if you're trying to play small pot poker, your opponent can change that on you in an instant. If you're playing big pot poker, they can't do anything.
Gamble, gamble, gamble. That's why we love the game, right? You're not all in with ace-king.
And a sizable bounty, right? Over 2K, is that what I'm seeing there? A 2 and then a comma?
Yeah, this will be a sizable bounty, but no one has a sizable hand.
No Kanye West doc for me for Bacon yet. I doubt I'll ever watch it, to be honest. But I did watch the Tinder Swindler last night, which was quite interesting. I did like that very much.
Well, I've got quite a lot to catch up with. Sunday nights, a lot of stuff's on, so I've got, I think it might be the season finale of Euphoria I need to watch.
Yes.
The latest episode of
last
Billions.
night, yep.
John Oliver will have aired by the time we finish this stream.
Righteous Gemstone season finale was last night. I know you don't watch that show yet, but it is definitely worth watching if it makes it to your list. I did watch John Oliver already. Pretty solid.
I did love the way John Oliver dismissed NFTs in his season open.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I'm still on the fence about NFTs, but that was a pretty good burn.
Love me a good burn.
I got the season finale of the latest season of Goliath I got to watch this week. I think there's something... Oh, there's 1883 season finales last night, too. Okay, I haven't started that yet, but I just added it to my list.
Abra Wow says, I'm surprised you watch Euphoria, James. Lol.
I mean...
I don't know how to take that comment.
You know, you just... a high school... American high school drama is maybe a little...
It's a
you know, if you word it like that.
high-quality drama show. I like high-quality drama shows. I think it's a really well-made show.
Somebody tweet today, he goes, how come none of the kids on Euphoria ever have homework?
Because they're too busy doing drugs and having sex.
Yeah. And other terrible things. 4's out flopped.
Now, if someone turned around and said, I've no idea, James, why you're so obsessed with Judy Justice, that would be fair comment.
All right, guys. All right, whatever this is.
Oh.
Claire with 2 pair. 2 pair Claire. Oh, right. I started Raised by Wolves Season 2 yesterday also. Does anyone have any idea what's going on in that show? Anybody? There was a thank you, Chris. So producer Chris is like, there's a season 1 recap, and my girlfriend and I looked at each other at the end of it. We were like, do we remember any of that happening? It wasn't good enough. Whatever the recap wasn't good enough. I need like a podcast to explain to me what's going on. Force tanking here. I don't like. Look, I know that they don't have as much information on Claire as we have, but have we seen anybody? Have we seen anybody, Claire, bluff anyone? Have we seen any big bluffs?
Oh, man.
Kiter Pro taking a dive there. Oh no, Claire and Kiter Pro again. Claire checks it. Kiter Pro, yeah, it wanted exactly this. I don't know how you get out of this. I don't know how you get out of this. There's the all-in. Claire's going to snap it off. Claire? 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 Claire, what's going on? What is happening?
Slow roll?
What is happening? Is this a disconnect? Is this a...
No, it's a tank.
No, but this is bad. Because if you're thinking about this means that you're thinking about folding.
Are you thinking you're up against diamonds?
Diamonds or pocket aces?
Claire.
Claire.
No.
Claire. Claire. I can't watch this fold
Come on.
happen. I don't even know what to do. I know it's my job.
Joe, we just have to hope Claire thinks it through logically and realizes that with the price they are getting, having already committed 2.3, having committed pot, the all-in is for 6.5, you hardly ever have to be right to justify making this call. Run the numbers. And if in doubt, click the call button. That's clearly the thing you need to do here. Call. Oh, no, Claire, no! I said call!
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Kiter Pro. You owe Claire big time. And here we go again.
Oh, my word. I mean, if you're Kiter Pro and you're watching the stream back 30 minutes later, you're thinking, how the did I get away with that?
My goodness. Kiter Pro with a gut shot. 2 live overs to this board. Folds to Claire.
I mean, look,
it's just
we
like,
can...
Yeah.
I think, again, I don't want to be kind of pile on here because clearly a lot of people are saying being quite outspoken about that play. And I don't think you can objectively defend it. The pot bet followed by the fold with that strong a hand. But, again, all I will say is we're not at that final table and we're not having to make those decisions. And
of course.
I mean, Christ alive, I've made some horrible, horrible decisions when I play poker. So, there but for the grace of God, ... Fortunately, mine weren't being live streamed.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly at other points in my life could understand that fold more. As someone that hasn't had a hand in a really, really, really long time, there's just no way I'm ever folding trips. Like, even on a worse board.
As I said, Joe, objectively indefensible. But people make mistakes, and if there's one thing we've seen over the course of today, Claire plays quite tight and has made some huge laydowns, pre-flop, for example.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Perfect Gwim. Kiter Pro does not have Gwim covered, though.
Yeah, this would be call all in with ace-10 rather than go for a bounty.
Okay, runs with a point here that if you're playing $1 sit and goes, maybe there's less bluffing. They always have it. Maybe something to that. Guinness, anyone asking, are people playing for real money in the States? Yeah, some of them. New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Michigan. All real money going on there. Pretty good games in all those places, too, from what I understand. Pennsylvania especially.
I'm not sure what Wangus means when they say it's a grey area, Guinness. No, actually, America is very clearly black and white. And there are states where you can legally play and sites are licensed, and there are states where you can play illegally. Now, if you choose to do that, I'm not going to judge you, but make no mistake about it, the law is clear.
It's not grey. But yes, Guinness, anyone? Soon. Soon. 2 weeks from now. You see this from Statric?
I did, just in case we drop in on that later on.
That's why I teed it up rather than just reading it. This would be the play with a wide variety of hands into Una. Definitely with ace-queen. I guess maybe to go back to that hand with the trips nines fold. Maybe folding is better than tank calling, like at least from like an ethical perspective. Like it's such a slow roll that maybe it's actually just kinder once you thought that long to let it go.
I can't believe people are still debating that hand, by the way. As I said, I don't think it can be defended. Objectively speaking, it was a poor play. If you
There's
were
very
concerned,
few times we can say that, and this is one of them.
Yeah. And you can say, oh, but what if they were up against X, Y, and Z? Then don't bet full pot. The moment you bet pot, you are committed. Because your opponent does not have enough chips for you to fold a hand that strong.
Mathematically, no. I mean, you should be calling with a lot of hands there, I think.
Yeah. But ultimately, Claire still has the chip lead. We're still nine-handed. Haven't lost a player since we got to the final table about half an hour ago. And when Dav asks maybe a misclick, I'd be more inclined to think misclick if Claire hadn't tanked for as long as they did before pressing the fold button.
Yeah.
And please don't accuse people of nefarious play. Yes, I'm talking to you, Twisturks. The lol at the end of your comment suggests you're joking, but don't. Next time...
Kiter Pro living on borrowed time once again. Getting into it with perfect Gwim. Both miss. Ace high. Out in front. Oh, boy. Yeah, this feels like a bopper. It's bad luck to be superstitious, says Sticky 41. Agreed. Seems like an easy fold here.
We've got ace-king against aces here. And I imagine, considering Lumbago's stack size, that we are going to see a pre-flop all-in here.
I mean, if anyone can get away from this, it's Claire. To no raise. Okay. Take the tinfoil hats off. We did see a raise from Ace King. Lumbago is about to Lumbago all in.
Should Lumbago move all in? Do you think there's a chance Claire folds ace-king?
No. No, I don't. But it's going to reinforce Claire's other tight folds, unfortunately.
Oh, there's a king. Just the one king. And that is a double up for Lumbago.
I mean, that's not just a double up. That's a huge double up. Huge double up for Lumbago, who's now out of it, was firmly in the danger zone, and now is like middle
Danger
of the
zone?
pack.
Also, it does result in a change in the chip lead by virtue of losing that pot. Claire moves down to second on the leaderboard, and Bino is back in the catbird seat.
Wow, Bino. Bino. I mean, Lumbago can't call with this hand. Can't knock out Bino. And I know that attacking like a button open is all right, but man, Lumbago could have done some real damage if they actually had a hand there.
Angry Kuhar, what is this tourney? Well, the graphics on screen would suggest it's the Sunday Million. To be more specific, the $109 Sunday Million Bounty Builder Series Edition, Day 2. And I will now give you the less than facetious response. It is the flagship weekly MTT on Stars, the Sunday Million, which starts on a Sunday, hence its name, and concludes on a Monday. It's a two-day event because it has more than 10,000 runners. And Bino ramping up the aggression now.
I'm so keeno on this Sabino. Raising with Jack and a Queeno. Ace 4 suited. Maybe a hand I would fold, I think. I don't know. Is that crazy?
Yeah. Andy has king, queen of diamonds.
Now what? Now what?
Still have the best hand. You've got a continuation bet.
I mean, continuation betting into it. Oh.
Hello, ace.
And Andy went from having 40% equity on the flop to having under 10 on the turn.
$1,230,000 into a pot of 3,050,000 to fold from Andy. Still 9 players at this FT. So where are we at, Joe? 255 blinds, and the average stack is 11.5. So we're playing just over a 20 big blind average, 22, 23 big blinds. That's not a lot of big blinds.
No, I feel like this is like when you have the garden hose is kinked and there's no water coming out of it. That once that becomes unkinked, it's going to be pretty free flowing here.
Yeah, but you got to wait for, like, you know, the old gardener to basically do the thing where he puts up to his eye and goes, what's going on? And then you remove the kink, right?
Yeah, somebody is going to be the old gardener here, that's for sure. Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
Ace 5 of clubs for Claire. Yes, Sid Hoffman, Gardener lives matter. I wasn't proposing to kill the gardener, just give him a squirt in the face. Oh, God, that sounded so bad. Water from the hose. As Archer would say, phrasing.
Raising. King Jack betting with the best of it.
I don't know if anyone else remembers a TV commercial. And I appreciate this is a UK-centric reference. But you know, like that fake whipped cream you can get, like in a can, it sprays out. And they did like chocolate flavor. Yeah, Cool Whip. And they did chocolate flavor. And
Different.
the commercial, so this would have been in the kind of early 90s. And the advert was squirt, squirt, chocolate squirt, 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 chocolate squirt. I thought it was horrible.
Did these people know what they were doing when they did it? Yeah. So just because I know you love pedantry, Cool Whip is different than Ready Whip.
It's all,
Cool
it's
Whip
all
comes
fake cream, though, right?
Comes in a container.
Right.
And you spoon it out.
Okay, as opposed to squirt it, right? But it's
Yeah.
all
like,
fake.
Do you know the difference between Miracle Whip and mayonnaise?
No, I don't. But
Yeah,
hold that
it's
thought, because
similar.
Krasinski is going to be
this is
racing
more important.
against Lumbago's Ace King here.
Man, you're just in. I mean, when Claire just calls with the fives, right? It's rarely going to be a trap, especially from what we know about Claire. Something you would have to worry about occasionally, but yeah, there's the call. Big flip here.
And ace on the turn, a 10 on the river. Woo. And Krasinski survives and doubles up to 11.5 million, and the blinds are now 300,000, 600,000. Well, this is now getting silly in terms of shallowness.
By the way, that was the Brazilian player that just won that, and I just gave that Grupo Super Poker the best face for that hand. They're not even going to have to Photoshop it.
So
Whoever
we
it is that
have
makes...
Oh, yes,
Hold on.
yes. I was going to say, we're currently now playing with an average stack of fewer than 20 big blinds, but that could change. Andy all in, ahead for now. Set of kings. Straight draw. Holds. Andy doubles up, and Kitta Pro is left super short. Not even two bigs.
I mean, Kiter Pro, not that this really matters, is living on borrowed time. Anyway. The miraculous fold by Claire. You know, that Kiter Pro should have been out a while ago. Not going to make them feel any better.
By the way, this is bold from Krasinski, getting it all in here with ace-jack when you've got a player with 900k behind.
Agreed. Agreed.
Oh, a little bit of hope for Kiter Pro. Ace-queen. And Solpadine has king-9 in the big. Calls for a little bit of value, and it's an ace-high flop. Andy also has the wheel draw, but is currently behind. Isolates. And ace, queen will hold, and that is a triple up and then some for Kiter Pro. 3.5 million now, but still a super short stack. Not as short as Una, though, who is very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
I mean, we're going to get a bust-out bonanza soon, surely, the way these blinds are going. They're going to go up in another 12
right
minutes.
Here.
Yeah, Queen 8 runs into King Queen, and it's a straight on board. It's a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. It's the first of the night, guys. We had no chance to warm up, no chance to practice our synchronicity.
We're getting some 8s and 7s. I'll take it.
No, guys, there's no exceptions here. When we say everyone loves a chop pot, we mean everyone.
Yeah.
Not, oh, but Claire doesn't. No, no, no. Everyone. That means
everyone loves a chop pot.
One.
Beano. Some diamonds.
And has re-raised here to 3.6 million. And I don't know if we're going to go to the break still with a full 9-handed final table.
It feels like it.
I know, it's just got that kind of... Nobody wants to leave. They're having so much fun.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Z-Dub, James and Stapes, who are y'all's favourite poker players in the last 10 years? Hasn't changed in more than a decade. Gary Turnbuckle.
Really great choice, man. Just always in there.
Well, Una all in with King Queen. 7s for Andy, and it's a set of 7s now.
Get him.
The open-ended straight draw for Beano. Straight now. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, we know Una's going out. We are going to get a KO here.
We're getting two.
Could be a double KO. No! Barry Greenstein! And that's a full house for Andy. Andy gets Una's bounty. And Beano, who got it in with the nuts, gets rivered. So dirty.
What a hand. Twists and turns. That's better than most TV show seasons right there. Something happened at every single moment.
Wow. And Andy now chip leader with more than 29 million. Sulpadine all in with King Queen.
Oh, man, it's 5 big blinds. Queen Jacks. Never going to be in good shape here. Won't always be as bad a shape as it's in right now. Totally understand that fold, even though it's for 6 bigs. You've only got 12 yourself. A little bit more than that, sorry, but, you know, you get the point.
Straight draw. Barry!
Every
Wow.
river matters. I don't... This is nuts.
Yeah. Just going back to the question about poker players, by the way, and thank you to Chris, our producer, for reminding me. Gary Turnbuckle's middle names are Oscar Allen. He is quite literally the GOAT. He is quite literally the GOAT.
Greatest of all time. In fact, you will see Gary Turnbuckle's names in the credits for the card counter. Even got a
That's
special
right.
thank you
That's right.
in the card counter.
So we are down to 8. We have lost a player before the break. But this has been an intense and slightly ridiculous final table. And they're still only playing around a 20 big blind average. It's very, very shallow right now.
First limp pot we've seen in a while.
Ooh, okay. We've got top pair against a flush draw now. The strawberries keep on coming.
Be nice to have some other kind of draw, some other kind of live card to go with this. Straight draw or live pair.
Oh! Gets there in style, the Queen of Hearts, ensuring that it's trips for Lombardo. Bino, go for it. Go for the lot.
I mean, these rivers. That's right, K. Marcel. Wow.
There we go. It's all into call. Oh, you river trips. What do you do here?
Oh! Oh! Snap fold. You snap
And
fold
you
trips
thought
is what you do.
Claire, you thought Claire was the only person who was able to make big laydowns.
Holy. This is pretty wild. Pretty wild here. No 2 Sunday millions are the same. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they make it. I'm not really that good at faking enthusiasm. I'm pretty bad at it in general. Every week, the Sunday is a blast. The Sunday million's a total blast. It's the 5Ks that are a little...
Well, look, as I said before, I said it during the last break, and I'll happily repeat myself. The fact that we've got this interesting a final table, the fact that we've got Claire playing in only their second ever tournament, the fact that we've got Bino who's watching along with us on the stream, just makes it so exciting.
And Bino's brother, too, in there, in the mix.
Watching, but not at the table, right?
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Right. Just checking.
Pretty good spot for jacks here. Pretty good turn for jacks.
Jackety jack, don't talk back.
Nine's decided to lay up a little bit.
And that queen
Finally.
on the river doesn't change anything. Perfect Gwim is good here.
Do we go a whole session with just one elimination? Is that what just happened?
No, because we actually came back from break with 11 players. We had like bust out to get us down to 9. And then things slowed down. As you said yourself, Joe, kind of the brakes got applied. And yeah, just the one bust out from the final table so far. And again, to highlight, that's why it's now so shallow. And it kind of does handcuff what everyone can do right now. This is becoming basically all in or fold hold'em. And it's Kaita Pro who's all in here with ace-7 of spades. Suited ace-7, not quite the spraggy. And I think Andy's priced into call here.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a double up for Kaita Pro. And so we are going on break with 8 players remaining at this final table. Playing in this week's Sunday Million, the Bounty Builder Series Edition. That means it is a PKO format. It's Andy 123460 from Canada who leads right now with 26 million. The other Canadian player, Claire 3888, currently 4th in chips. And Kaita Pro, despite that double up on the last hand of the session, still the shortest stack with 4.6 million. Let's get Griffin Benger back in the booth. Now, guys, sadly, because of the delay, the timings didn't quite work out for us to show you action from tonight's free roll. It finished in delay time just as we were coming on break. But fortunately, I do have a report from StatTrick about what happened because it is quite incredible. So again, to clarify, this free roll has 50 seats in the Sunday Million anniversary. So the bubble is when they're down to 51. It stops when they're down to 50. And those 50 players are then auto-registered for that event on the 20th of March. So they went on break at 5 to the hour with 51 remaining. They were on the bubble, so that meant they had nice 5 minutes to sweat. And coming back from break, there was a player called Mad Dim who had 1/20th of a big blind and somehow found ace-king versus 3 other players, one of whom had aces, and Mad Dim went runner-runner to River Broadway and survive, was forced all in 2 hands later and survived with 9-3 against ace-4, still on the bubble. 2 more hands with no KOs before a player called Vadim 141091 was eliminated on the bubble, and that means that Mad Dim, who came back from break with 1/20th of a big blind, did make it into the final 50, and Mad Dim is among the 50 players who has satellited in to the Sunday Million anniversary. I mean, that is ludicrous.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad beat for Vadim. Although Vadim and Mad Dim, I guess, I mean, you know, if only one of the Dims could make it.
So
you know, a wise man once said back in 2014, James.
Yes.
Chip in a chair.
That is true, even if that chip is significantly less than a single big blind. Congrats to everyone, by the way, who made it through in tonight's free roll. And yeah, I know some of you have been commenting in the chat that you're there. Look forward to seeing you. And suffice to say, I know it's going to be a long slog, 3 days of action, tens of thousands of runners. But please do let us know if, by some small miracle, you make it to the final 50, the final 100. When we come into that stream on Tuesday the 22nd of March, when we do decide to showcase the last day of the Sunday Million anniversary, if you are still in, please let us know, because we'd love to show you some love on the stream and maybe make your table the feature table. But it's going to be a really tough battle, and yes, luck is going to play a major factor, as it always does in any MTT. And if you didn't manage to satellite in, there are so many other satellites running between now and the 20th of March. In fact, those satellites are still going to be running on the Sunday, because this is one of those events where late reg will be open right until the start of day 2. So you're, even on Monday, still going to be able to potentially satellite into this $10 million guaranteed anniversary edition of the Sunday Million. And I think we've already guaranteed that the first prize is going to be more than $1 million. It's going to be huge. You have to play it. And we will be streaming the final day of the action, as I said, because it's a bigger event, because it's a longer event. That means 3 days of play. So that means our stream will be on the Tuesday rather than the Sunday. Joe, we face questions going, why are you streaming the Sunday Million on a Monday? Imagine the abuse and criticism we're going to get if we stream on a Tuesday.
Yeah, and that's really what's most important is how it affects us when it comes down
Yeah.
to it is how are we going to feel about it? It doesn't matter. The people who know, they know. They know that the fact that it's delayed by another day means it's going to be absolutely huge. We already know there's a $5 million guarantee. Who knows? It could be more than that. It's going to be one of those magical $10 million guarantee. $10 million guarantee. It's going to be one of those magical nights where somebody wins life-changing money, right? Even if a poker pro takes down this anniversary Sunday Million, it's going to be a big, big deal. And I'm so glad we're the ones who get to announce them as the champion.
Joe, going to give you a 30-minute break. Just to clarify, 10 million is 2 times 5 million. 10 is twice as good as 5 million. But thank you for your comment. Griffin, we're back to the final table. 8 players remaining.
Yeah, and as discussed, because Joe was busy commentating and not cranking, not a lot of eliminations in that hour, going from 11 to just 8. But because of that, definitely some stacks that are going to find themselves in some trouble. We already see right away this raise under the gun on about 17, 16 bigs, and this shove, no fear shove of 16 million into that open. And we've kind of discussed, James, about Krasinski being willing to open up a little wider than I'd say the average player in this field. But unfortunately, just ran into someone that was willing to stick it in even lighter. Chip leader with just 40 big blinds, also a good representation of, not playing super deep at this stage.
Yeah. As we came towards the end of that last session, Griffin, I said I feel like we need a bust-out bonanza. I feel like we need to see a few eliminations in a very short period of time just to put some play back into this thing, because everyone's kind of restricted right now.
Yeah. Kiter Pro, probably a couple notches off from what you would try to sort of peel and flop some equity with. Jack 9, you might want to call 600k more, try to flop something. But Jack 7, it's just yucky. Really going into the time bank here. Does find the fold.
Yeah. Well, it's ace-8 of strawberries for Claire. The risk-averse Claire 3-8-8. Is Kiter Pro potentially multi-tabling? Is that why every decision right now is taking a significant chunk of their time bank?
I probably not. Maybe it's internet thing. Maybe it's a situation of there are people at the door or something. Has to deal with that. Maybe movers are coming in, and some sort of situation. But I don't think you would be multi-tabling a bunch of tables that could have any significance compared to the $59,475 first place, plus all those bounties that you're looking at winning here.
I mean, the blinds go up in less than a minute. Is that a factor that you're going to have the button when the blinds go up on the next hand?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know if it's an actual viable, beneficial strategy. I mean, it will jump up the blinds to 800k for those stacks that are already, even before it being up to 800, are under 10 big blinds. So
Well, yeah, 350,000, 700,000. We're back to fewer than 20 bigs as the average stack.
And the irony here is now Kiter Pro really needs to shove here with these 5 big blinds. Should get it through based off the hands that we see.
Shove it. Yes, all in.
Perfect Guam did take some pause there just because, it is only 5 big blinds. There is a bounty to consider, but quite small. Not worth 25% of your stack when that is so valuable. You're second in chips.
Opening raise from the Queen 8 and folds from the blinds. We've got the Grafton for Bino. Krasinski with ace 7 of hearts.
Great spot for Bino to just shove this in, fold out a lot of hands. Oftentimes when you're called and you have 10-9 suited, you're doing pretty well anyway.
Two players with ace queen here, Bino and Salpadine.
Yeah, gonna be hard pressed to find any result out of this hand, but half the chips going in 2 different ways. They should really have a name for that, James.
Well, this is going to... Oh, hold on, hold on. No, no spade on the river. So Griffin, it is a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone
loves a chop pot. Ding, 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 ding.
I'm told that it sounded okay even though we weren't in sync, which would almost contradict the first part of the comment, but yeah.
Interesting. Krasinski with a good opportunity to peel here and try to flop something to maybe go with. It's so funny. You're so short here with these 7 million chips as Krasinski does flop top pair. But, you're not dead last in chips here. Lumbago with 4.4, Kiter Pro with 4.6, Salpadine with 4.6. You really want to try to find a ladder up to that sort of 5th and better situation. Double your money from where you're looking at now. Actually, almost triple. Krasinski should feel pretty good about the relative hand strength with a check back from Perfect Guim, but no real reason to, bet and happily get it in. You kind of want to pot control here, maybe find a little value bet on the river if we see another check back from Guim.
$1.1 million is the bet.
I quite like this bet from Perfect Guim because it really sets the price and gives you the ability to just check back here on the river instead of checking back again, and Krasinski can comfortably bet somewhere in the realm of $2+ million for value with the ace. But instead, you just lose that 1.1. Ooh.
A tickler on the river from Krasinski, 1.4 million into 6 million.
Quite annoying because it could be a block bet with something like Queen Jack or Queen 10, but it could also be a block bet of like exactly what Krasinski has. Wow, big fold. Well done. Ooh, and rewarded for it with
Set up
Lumbago
alert.
getting jacked under the gun and 10s for Bino. Wow, what's going to happen here?
Well, I
This
think
could be
we're
a
going to see the
bloodbath.
shove from Lumbago. What will be interesting is how Bino reacts.
Can Bino just call fold here? That's the question. You're putting in 4.2 million. You have another 15. By shoving, it's only 30 big blinds. Nice call. Okay, so Bino giving themselves an opportunity to get away here. Pretty crazy how 7 of the 8 hands here all dealt quite playable.
Yeah.
Every ace suited, king queen off somehow being in there with 2 kings gone, jacks
Well,
and
here
10s.
we go.
There is
With
the
a
shove.
2k bounty on the line, Perfect Grim has to isolate, and kings are holding, and kings are good. That is a KO. And Lumbago
from
forever will not be here for any longer. Out in 8th place, cashing out for 6.5k plus head prizes. We are down to 7, and it's now Perfect Gwim from Brazil who has the chip lead with 30 million at the start of this hand.
Yeah, and again, can't be understated. Bino really dodging disaster there, just calling with the 10s.
And Claire all in with 6s after Andy opened with King 7.
Good instincts from Claire here. You know, from all the mistakes we've seen Claire make, the big folds of pocket jacks, it's almost funny seeing them find a good reshove spot with 6s for, 15 big blinds there, but did find it, got it through.
So with 7 remaining, Griffin, Claire is now guaranteed to win at least $9,100. Plus, Claire has $2,800 in bounty, so it's guaranteed to be a 5-figure score for Claire 388, their first ever tournament cash. Only the second game they've ever played on Stars, the first being a $1 sit and go last month. Well, Solpadine is a short stack, but has a good hand here. Ace, Queen of clubs.
And I can't see Perfect Wime not going for the raise here, which means we should see an all-in here between Guime and Salpadine. Of course, Guime going to be quite far behind. We can actually see Queen 9 folded by Claire under the gun as well.
And he folds.
Far too few chips.
And Cycle going for the bounty. Ace high flop. And this is going to be yet another double up for Solpadine.
And that actually puts Kiter Pro in a significant last in chip position with just 4.5 big blinds. No one else now on this table. You're talking, James, about how we needed to see some big pots to see some separation from that sort of 7 to 15 big blind range of so many players, and it's starting to happen a little bit here. Just one player under 10 big blinds. This is action in the house, James.
Absolutely. The sickest and classicest of all races is about to happen.
No ace or king. Oh, folded in.
Oh, wow. And it's a full house, and Solpadine doubles up again and now has nearly 18 million. Bino down to 7 million. And just very quickly, guys, I know that we joke a lot about banning people, which is effectively timing people out and all that kind of stuff. if there is one thing that I will not tolerate, and if there's one thing which I guarantee will genuinely get you banned from this channel, is if you start throwing around accusations of people violating terms of service or cheating or doing anything underhand. First of all, don't make accusations like that without any evidence. And secondly, the live chat on a live stream is not the place to voice those concerns. So, stop.
Just 3 big blinds. Deuce 7. Yeah, why not? The deuce is there. 7 is there. We need a spade or a deuce or 7. Doesn't come. Kiter Pro doubling up, but just 7 bigs now.
Yeah, I think I will. Thanks for the suggestion.
Wow. Kings again for perfect wime. I would love to see Guime with a milk here. Just make it something like 3 million. Get Claire in there. Does make it pretty small, pretty unbalanced. But it might be just a bit too many chips to keep Claire interested.
Well, Claire with the grafted. You know the rule, Griffin. You're not allowed to fold this one. But has completely missed. Instead, it's top set for perfect Gwym. And I can't see Claire putting any more chips in this pot.
Yeah, I think probably for the best to give... You have the board so pipped here. Give your opponent a chance to maybe pick up some equity, start getting cute. And Claire, just the type of player to do it. 40% of the stack in the middle. Drawing just to a jack. Perfect one. Probably going to just... Oh! Find the bluff, Claire. Oh, too bad.
And that leaves Claire super short, just 4 million now at the 350,000, 700,000 blind level.
Good spot for Kiter here. Doesn't shove it in. Maybe the fact that Claire now is under 4.5 million. Maybe eyeing that pay jump.
And Claire in the small blind here with King 8, obviously Andy with the goods. Ace King on the button. Oh, there's another one.
Oh my gosh! Claire, no! This was the one? Claire runs out of gas and finds!
Date with an 8. All right. I'm sorry, Andy. Again, just to be clear, not actively rooting against you, just wanting to see Claire do well.
And poor Quieter Pro was just 2 cards away from a lovely little $4,000 pay jump. Everything, Claire. Yes.
All you can eat. Okay, so Claire hovering around the 11 million mark as the blinds go up to 400,000, 800,000. It is Beano who is in the danger zone right now. Kaita Pro also running on fumes. Tens all in. Nope, not all in, sorry. A raise to 1.7 million from Solpadine.
Yeah,
I'm so used to
Bean's
Solpadine being
gonna
a
have
short
to-
stack. I expected Solpadine to be all in here, but actually, Solpadine now has
Beano's
chips.
gonna have to see a flop here. And if any equity is found, something like 5, 6, 8, and the like. I mean, even that, you know, you have less than pot. You probably just want to stuff it in here
Yeah.
with the A7. Hope your opponent has something like King, Queen, King, Jack, and that you're even ahead. But going to expect a ceiling like that, 30%. Anything can happen. Not there.
No. Oh, Beano. Out in 7th place. That is $9,000 plus bounties. Congratulations. We are down to 6. Solpadine, super short stack for so long, now playing 22 million. Second in chips, but it's Perfect Gwyn from Brazil, who still leads with more than 40 million. Kaita Pro clinging on for dear life.
Yeah, and Perfect Gwyn using their chip lead quite effectively, recognizing the power they have now, the ICM pressure they can put on those middling stacks. So, been impressed so far with Perfect Gwyn's play. And you can see here, even Salpadine forced to just get out of the way with Ace-7. I think this is a good indication that Gwyn is going to be playing, 90% of hands here. If it's folded to them, if they're willing to open Queen-6 at the cutoff, this is where the wheels are going to start to spin for Perfect Gwyn.
Yeah, Beano says, good game, guys. Was a sick run. Not a bad result, sir. / madam. Congrats. Kaita Pro has...
Ooh, sourdough suited. Artisanal.
Yeah, and might find themselves, in a situation against Perfect Gwyn where they might want to just go with it here for a total of about 4 big blinds. Based off what we've seen from Perfect Gwyn, Ace-5 suited should be ahead a decent amount of the time. Isn't here, though, with the Ace-7. A lot of opportunities, though. Ooh.
And there is a chop. And Griffin, you know what they say. Everyone loves
a chop.
I'm going to quickly distract everyone's attention by pointing out that Beano satellited in for $5.50. So that is an incredible ROI.
Could see a 3-way all-in here, and the 8s are in pretty
happening?
good shape, and that's an 8 on the flop. No 9 or 10, and that will be a double elimination.
Is a double KO, and that means we have lost Claire 3-8-8 finally. Claire officially the 5th place finisher, Kaita Pro the 6th place finisher. So it's all kicking off. Just give me 1 sec, because now we've got Krajinski all in. Okay, so Kaita Pro, $12,780 in prize money, $1,000 in bounty. So let's look at Claire's score, Griffin. Claire 388 from Canada, $17,928 for 5th place because Claire had more chips at the start of that hand, plus nearly 3K in bounties. So near enough $22,000 in prize money for Claire 388 from Canada. A reminder, this is only Claire's 2nd real money tournament on Stars. After a $1 sit and go, I'm going to assume that Claire probably satellited into the 109 Sunday Million, made it to the final table. What a result. I hope we'll see Claire again soon.
Really didn't like that fold there from Salpadine. I understand, you're second in chips. You don't really want to get involved against the chip leader, but Flatting jacks there, fine if you want to play it that way. But ace high board, the bet is a standard, really small continuation bet. It can just be one stab and done. You have the jack of diamonds backdoor. And the other thing to consider is sometimes it's just a hand like an 8, like a king 8 suited, that's just betting for protection, semi-value. So I think Salvatine maybe playing a bit too sort of bending the knee against Perfect Guime. And I think if Perfect Guime is aware of that, really going to be able to use that to their advantage. Now, Krasinski all in here for these 6 or 7 big blinds. Salpadine, King Queen suited, C too tight, and that's really too bad. Such a nice hand, King Queen suited. But really wants to ladder up to second. Oh, there's the call.
And that is going to be another chop pot. And Griffin, you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
I'm not sure about the improv, but that might be one of the better ones.
Oh, we're getting some 7 through 9s, 10s, 11s. They like the pizzazz. Oh, if Griffin
So much
didn't
so
have the
that
ending.
Kevin wrote Griffin ruined it. Yeah, they love the pizzazz, Griffin. Absolutely love it.
Your kids are gonna love it, guys. Just maybe you're not ready for that quite yet, but your kids are gonna love it. What's the reference, James?
Back to the Future.
Hey, there he is.
Come on, you do better than that.
You know that sound you're looking for? Well, listen to this. Now, you fold the king queen suited, you're not going to call the king 5 suited. Ooh. If Perfect Guime folds here. No, does it fold? Will it be enough for Krasinski? Not expecting to have a lot of fold equity here. And ace deuce is kind of stinky. But yeah, I like this. See a flop. Get that C-bet money in there. Yes. Go for it. It's not rope. All 3 players now under 20 big blinds. But Perfect Guime. Perfect Guime.
Yeah.
Guime.
We're going to see a flip here, Griffin. All in from Krasinski with the 6s, called by the ace-king. And there's an ace on the flop. And it's all over for Krasinski. And I can't say I'm sorry to see that avatar go, but congratulations to Krasinski, who is the 4th place finisher in this Bounty Builder Series edition of the Sunday Million. 25k plus bounties. We're down to 3, and look at the chip lead that Perfect Guime has, and I can't see this one going on for much longer. Let's get Mr. Stapleton into the mix. And Joe, we kind of knew this would happen, right? When we had that session where we lost 1 player and the stacks got shallow and we're playing less than 20 bigs average, you know you're going to get something like a double KO. You know you're going to start to see bust out City, and here's where we're at.
Has anyone yet hypothesized that that name is actually Perfect Game? Because that's what it's looking like at this point. There might be a shutout here.
Nice.
Yeah, the perfect game would have seen Claire at least get to heads up. But nonetheless, 5th place finished. You can't argue with that.
Tricky spot here for Perfect, actually.
No.
He's facing a shove for under 20 big blinds.
Huge.
Got a suited
bounty,
ace.
too.
You're like, what's going on? Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Perfect. Here we go. This is going to be an all-in, I think, because it should play as a raise call for Perfect. It's a bit too strong, 3-handed, to play it any other way, but does go for the shove, never mind. And that's going to get Salpatine to fold those ducks that would have maybe otherwise over-shoved on the open.
Ducks?
Deuces?
You mean pocket twos?
Yeah.
I love me some threads up poker.
And a perfect situation for the chip leader with 2 equal stacks that they can just bully with a big stick.
Good luck. Oh, Andy just folds ace deuce.
Wow, Wawiwa.
Is there an argument for Andy just to stay out of it until Salpatine goes? Are they far enough apart for that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge jump in money for if Andy can, get to heads up. I mean, this might be it right here. I would love to see even a limp from Perfect. Raise is okay, too.
Well, 10's still way ahead. Gets checked to Salpatine. Who bets? Just over a milli.
I don't like this. Don't like this.
Well,
Diamonds.
if you're going to pick up equity on the turn,
Ooh, does
Can't
Salpatine ever
not
just
like
jam here
that.
with a diamond draw?
can't say no to a diamond on the turn. And gets there.
Ooh.
That is the flush for Salpatine.
Salpatine the base.
Slap it in it, base.
Don't. 800,000. Little
I love
blocker
this bet.
there.
Yeah.
Slap it a bet. Oh,
I said,
just not
I said
even
don't.
greedy. You haven't heard me on the bets?
okay, guys, my time is done. To be honest, I kind of lost interest when Claire went out. But, Joe, I trust you to do your best. And Griffin, for what it's worth, I will see you next week.
James.
Goodbye, James. Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benger, Uncle Daddy, and Auntie Uncle. Taking it
Uh-oh,
home
Perfect
for
One
ya.
might shove this Kevin. Don't fall for it, Perfect. Oh, no. He fell for it.
Andy, Domination Nation, needs to fade a 7. And does double up Andy. And comes right back out there with a raise. 9-7 of diamonds. Take it down pre-flop. 9-8 suited. Raise and take it for perfect game. Ace-10 for Salpatine. All right, card distribution's going around. I like it. I didn't even have time to crank it on the break.
Really? You weren't
Sevens for
responsible
Andy.
for that. I could have sworn. could have sworn.
I got a call from my manager during my break.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it turns out they need me to work a double at Starbucks. Queen Jack for perfect game. Bunch of garbage here. Also some hands that aren't very good. Woo!
Clever girl.
Oh boy, here we go.
No,
Biggest
Andy
flip
might play
of
this
the
as a
night.
flat.
Okay,
What's it
we'll
gonna
see.
be, Andy?
Yep, not a flip.
Oh, yeah.
Flip or flap.
Just a call.
Over cards. 1 diamond. I mean, 1 for perfect game, 2 on the board. King, queen with live cards. 1 king folded.
Yeah, not a lot of boards you feel comfortable just folding something like king queen suited when it's really under-repped. But the 2 diamonds, no club. What was it, 7, 8, 9, something like that? You're good to fold. Ooh,
Well, I was 6
11
afraid of
big
7.
blinds, $1,500 bounty, ace 4.
Wow. Oh boy.
Yeah, why get it in bad that hand? We could get it in bad here. Guime, what you doing? Guime. Oh boy.
Ooh. Salpadine has to be liking this, I think. You don't expect you're going to have the worst hand here, 3-handed. Does not have either player covered. And he's going to get out of the way. Pot commitment time for perfect Gwim. And things are looking
Gonna
Gwim
need a
for
4.
Gwim. No
There it is.
longer. A 4 on the flop. That's lights out for Salpadine. KO, which is short for no longer in the tournament. I don't know what it stands for, but they're out in 3rd place for $11,957. And we're now playing heads up. Congrats, says Andy. That's very nice. Now heads up for the Sunday Million title.
That is what it stands for, by the way. It's no longer in the tournament.
Yeah, I thought so.
Perfect Gwim,
So,
as we heads up here. Low to mid stakes player. Best online result. First place in a $55 bounty builder for just over 10K. Did you know that, Joe?
no, it's crazy. How did you ever come up with that? Did you do your own research?
Yeah, well, in my breaks, everyone
do
just
your own
thinks I
research.
go and Andy, on the other hand,
What else you got? Okay, yeah, sure.
is a
I assume you
mid-stake player.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Best online result, first place in a T-Coupe. If you're not sure what that stands for, it's the Turbo Cup of online poker, very popular PokerStars series. $150 event back in 2013. Guess what the payout was, Joe? You'll never guess it. 69,000
I was close.
US. Hey, that was very close. Very close. So these two, not strangers to 5-figure scores, but will both lock up their biggest score. Ironic, actually, that Andy's biggest score was 59,000, because that's effectively what first/second place is without the bounties. But with the bounties,
we
it's
could
all
be
the
flipping
difference.
for the
They're all in
title here. King 10 versus threes. Threes
Straight.
make a wheel. And that's a wheelie good hand. Perfect Gwime game. Congratulations. Taking down $91,314, including bounties. Andy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 0. Wins $67,391. And a special mention for Claire, 388 in their second ever tournament on PokerStars. The first one being for $1, cashing for tens of thousands of dollars. Griffin Benger.
Sorry, the PokerStars DJ is great. Guy, let's be honest. When you're waiting for the show
you
to
know,
start, when it's ending, who is this guy or girl? Bring him on out.
I'm playing. That's me playing the violin on that track. Well, that's another Sunday Million in the books. Griffin Benger, I believe we've got you again next week. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. I can't wait. That was a really, there was a lot of great narratives there. That was a lot of fun. Big congrats there to our final two finishers in Andy and who was the other one? I have it in my notes.
You got it. The
Andy
winner,
and
the
Perfect
actual winner.
Climb, the winner, for over $90,000. Remarkable stuff.
That's really great, Griffin. You're really coming into your own here in this role. That's about all the time we have got for this week's broadcast. We will be back next week. And again, Poker in the Ears this week. We are finally doing Poker Movie Mondays on a Wednesday, recorded on a Thursday, released on a Friday. The Card Counter. All of the stories back in one place. Did James like the movie? Did I like the movie? Did my mom like the movie? And one of the film's producers, Lauren Mann, will be the guest on the show. But for now, that's all the time we have got for this broadcast. For James Hardigan and Griffin Benger, I am Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.